Good morning, everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir. Good
great.
morning.
Morning, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed scholars, very good morning. It is with great pleasure and honor that I be the host of this plenary session of the International Conference on Recent Trends in Postmodernism, Reappraising Literary and Cultural Episteme. This conference, organized by the Achievers Foundation of English Studies in collaboration with the Humanities and Social Science Department at Madan Mohan Malaviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, and LINH Government Girls Degree College, Kotla District, Una, Himachal Pradesh, India, marks a significant convergence of minds and ideas in the realm of literary and cultural studies. The theme of our conference, Recent Trends in Postmodernism, invites us to delve into the evolving landscape of literary and cultural episteme. As we gather here, scholars from diverse backgrounds and institutions, we are presented with a unique opportunity to explore, interrogate, and perhaps redefine the contours of postmodern thought in the context of contemporary scholarship. Our agenda is filled with insightful presentations, engaging discussions, and the exchange of ideas that promise to contribute to our collective understanding of postmodernism. The collaboration between the Achievers Foundation for English Studies and our esteemed partners reflects a commitment to fostering academic dialogue and advancing the frontiers of knowledge. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, keynote speakers, and our collaborators for their invaluable contributions to this conference. Together, let us embark on a journey of intellectual exploration and scholarly exchange. Without further ado, I declare the second day of this international conference on recent trends in postmodernism, reappraising literary and cultural episteme, officially open. And may this conference be a platform for rich discussions, new insights, and lasting connections. Without further delay, I invite Professor Prakash Joshi, Department of English, University of Allahabad, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, India, to deliver the keynote address. And please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Prakash Joshi is a distinguished professor of English at the University of Allahabad, India, and a former Fulbright Nehru visiting professor at the City University of New York, United States of America. With expertise in British and American literature, ELT, literary theory, indigenous cultures, Gandhian studies, theology, and environmentalism, he has delivered extensive lectures globally and published proficiently or prolifically in these areas. Professor Joshi's interdisciplinary approach and scholarly contributions have significantly impacted the academic community both in India and abroad. So I request all the participants, distinguished guests, to give him a big round of applause and to deliver his keynote address. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Vishnu, and thank you to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to speak as one of the keynote speakers. I attended the three keynotes yesterday. Uh, I have my takeaways from there. Takeaways in the sense that I have modulated and modified my talk um, in the light of what was said yesterday. So the theme of the conference is recent trends in postmodernism, reappraising literary and cultural esteem. A lot, in fact, actually a lot was explained about postmodernism yesterday, first to begin with by Professor Singh, and then by Professor Sanjay Pandey, and then by Professor Krishna Mohan Pandey, who affectionately called me his friend, though he's my elder, a respectable person. Then we could get to learn more about postmodernism from Professor Neelu Kumar Delhi. So this term postmodernism, so I'll speak a little bit about postmodernism, but not to endorse postmodernism as a continuing phenomenon, but something that has gone by, that has passed us. And then in the new cultural episteme or new cultural scenario or set of circumstances, I'll introduce a new form, a new genre of literary creation that I'll introduce later. So this term is quite a nasty term, but then, as Professor K.M. Pandey was telling repeatedly in his talk yesterday, is not an Indian experience. Indian experience aims at uniformity, Advaita, whichever way you look at the world, it ultimately leads to a kind of uniformity, some kind of oneness is created out of all diversities. That's the essence of Indian thought. So postmodernism, we have been doing a lot on and about postmodernism in India and in the Orient, but this certainly is an Occidental experience. It's a nasty term in a way because it goes diametrically against uniformity and congruity. So there is a set of scholars who still believe that the phenomena or phenomenon termed as postmodernism continues, but there is an increasing number of scholars who have come up and who have started saying that this phenomenon of this postmodernism is certainly passé, it's over, and they go on to the extent of suggesting that this ism is something that belonged to the past century, 20th century. Let me, to substantiate this point, let me quote something. So there's this Cambridge Introduction to Postmodernism by Brian. In this introduction, Brian McHale, in the introduction of this Cambridge Introduction, he writes, and listen to this: postmodernism he says, postmodernism was a dominant cultural tendency during the second half of the 20th century in advanced industrial societies of the West, spreading eventually to other regions of the globe. So this is what Brian McHale says. Two things become very clear in this assessment or this quote, which I have taken from Brian McHale. Number one, he defines postmodernism as a cultural tendency, dominant cultural tendency, which is nothing new. The second thing he says, he restricts this thing called postmodernism to the second half of the 20th century. So if we are moving toward the end of the year 2023, then we are almost a quarter century removed from what was called postmodernism. And by the way, Brian McHale is not alone. Brian McHale wrote this introduction in the year 2015, but Linda Hutton, who was mentioned yesterday also by 2 to 3 speakers, specifically Professor K.M. Pandey, she and her classic Poetics of Postmodernism is all known to us. So she called postmodernism, when she was writing, well, postmodernism was still on. Brian McHale, when he wrote, postmodernism, according to him, was over more than 15 years ago. So she identifies postmodernism as, quote unquote, cultural enterprise. So this is a similarity between what Brian McHale says and Linda Hutton says, cultural enterprise, dominant cultural tendency. But what Linda Hutton goes on to say is very interesting. And this is what she says, that this ism, postmodernism, is usually accompanied by a grand flourish of negativized rhetoric. We hear of discontinuity, disruption, dislocation, decentering, indeterminacy, and anti-totalization. And these are the disses, she calls them, disavowing prefixes. And these disavowing prefixes, she says, defines the phenomena or the phenomenon of postmodernism. We can't use the singular for postmodernism, nor can we use the plural. It's so indeterminate. So this is an interest. So she calls further It's a contradictory phenomenon, she calls it, and then goes on to add that this phenomenon uses and abuses, installs and then subverts the very concepts it challenges. This is how she defines postmodernism, and we can understand how very complex this phenomenon had been. Now, so the question now is whether this era, this time, this period of disavowing prefixes, as Linda Hutchins calls it, or this dominant cultural tendency, as Brian McHale calls it, and this cultural enterprise that Linda Hutchins calls it, does this era continue? So many scholars believe that it's no more, it doesn't exist anymore. It died, it disappeared, it's passing. And I'm quoting from a new scholar, Jason Josephson Storm. So he calls this era, this period of postmodernism, a period of skeptical dogmas of all sorts. And that period, he says, is over. So, what is it if that period is over, that postmodernism is over, that phenomenon is over? Then what is it that has taken over? What is it that has succeeded that phenomenon of the postmodern? So Jason Josephson Storm quotes Linda C. Seriallo, and she calls metamodernism. She introduces the word metamodernism as a successor to postmodernism. This is her phrase, successor to postmodernism. And metamodernism, again, is her word. And then she tries to define metamodernism by reference to some other sources. So this is her definition of metamodernism. A continuous, I'm quoting, a continuous oscillation between attitudes and mindsets that are evocative of the modern and postmodern, but are ultimately suggestive of another sensibility that is in neither of them. That is what metamodernism is, oscillation, and it affiliates to neither, seems to be affiliated to modernism or postmodernism, seems to affiliate to with modernism and postmodernism, but ultimately doesn't. It doesn't. It's a different sensibility. She uses this phrase, another sensibility. That is her definition. Now, that is her view, Jason Josephson's view. But then there are other scholars who say that it's not metamodernism that has succeeded postmodernism. It's some other kind of modernism that has succeeded postmodernism. And that is the movement or ism called digimodernism. And there is a book by Alan Kirby, Kirby. The book is titled Digimodernism. And this is what Alan Kirby says about digimodernism. He calls digimodernism, and I quote, 21st century's new cultural paradigm. This is all quote from Alan Kirby. So this is the new cultural episteme or literary episteme governing the field of creativity and creativity. So Alan Kirby further writes that this digimodernism, this cultural paradigm of digimodernism, has emerged due to, quote, computerization of text, resulting in what he says, a form of textuality characterized in its purest instances by onwardness, haphazardness, evanescence, and anonymous, social, and multiple authorship. It sounds like postmodern, but it isn't. It's digimodern, as Kirby says, Alan Kirby says. And this digimodernism, Alan Kirby says, is, again I quote, the dominant cultural force field and systematic norm, right? And then and it goes on to say, what was postmodernist is now digimodernist. So this is the assessment of Alan Kay, and I'm using, and we have to accept this because you see, whenever you look around, so much of the world around us, at least the digital world, this digital gadget through which with which we are connected, we have joined this conference, are all digital mediums. This is going live on digital platform. So you cannot push aside or ignore or reject this idea of digimodernism, which Alan Kibbe suggests and talks about in detail in his book. And believe me, there is this new threat that has come up, and this threat to sometimes we think of this threat as a threat to our own survival, and that comes from AI, artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence certainly is a part of, is a child of, is an offspring of this digimodernism. So this indeed is a factor. Postmodernism for Alan Kibbe, for Jason, and many other scholars, well, it went its way at the end of the last century. So this is my theoretical hypothesis, in which I will ground my assessment of a new form of literary creation, new genre, and that genre is called Keitai Soushesto. It began to be called, when it was born, it was called Keitai Soushesto. It's a Japanese expression. Keitai there means mobile phone or cell phone, and Shousesto is a novel or a story. So the full form, if you translate that into English, it becomes a mobile phone novel or cell phone novel. So I'm going to talk about this, and it's a wonderful genre. It's thriving. Many of us, and I'll tell you where to read these novels, Keitai novels. I'm going to talk about Keitai novels. So Keitai Shousestu, or a cell phone novel, a mobile phone novel, it was digitally created. First generation digital creation it was, and it exists only on cell phone. It's not maybe it can be accessed through computer too, but it doesn't have any physical presence, existence in print. It's there, and there only on our mobile phone screens or our computer screens. It doesn't go beyond that. So that way, if we talk of this, the creation of Keitai Soushestu, digital creation, first generation digital creation, then we begin to see an interesting similarity between this mobile phone novel and electronic literature or digital literature. So let's just for a minute talk about the origin, the beginning of what we today call electronic literature or digital literature. So if you go to different sources, they say that the idea of digital literature or electronic literature originated in 1930s. And there was a kind of manifesto in 30s, and it was titled The Readies. The Readies. And that was the time when, after the movies, talkies came in. When the film screens, earlier they were only dumb movies, and then they became talkies. So, inspired by that idea, Bob Brown wrote this manifesto or this monograph titled The Readies. Where to read? On screen, of course. That's the idea. Then the books and the sources say that the first piece of digital text or digital creation or digital literature it came in the year 1971. That is the date, what the sources give us. And the first digitally produced text was the US Declaration of Independence. It was digitized by a company for Project Gutenberg, and we all know what Project Gutenberg is. And then we take a leap 30 years, the year 2000. The year 2000, when Simon and Schuster brought out the first electronic novel or digital novel. It was titled Riding the Bullet by Stephen King. So this is the journey. And after 2000, well, how much of electronic literature is available, we can't even imagine. When I start talking about Keitai Shoshetsu, a little later, you'll be, those of you who don't know about Keitai Shoshetsu would be surprised. So, because mobile phone novel uh, is born on this digital screen of mobiles, therefore, the definition of electronic literature applies nicely, reasonably nicely, not entirely, reasonably nicely to mobile phone literature too. So this is what Catherine Hayles says about electronic literature. She defines electronic literature as, and I'm quoting, a first generation digital object created on computer and meant to be read on computer, and which excludes print literature that has been digitized. So this is what the definition says: created on computer, meant to be read on computer. And if we can use the same definition for mobile phone texts and novels, created on mobile phone and meant to be read on mobile phones. So it's a new form. And by the way, when this new phenomenon called mobile phone novel reached the West, it originated in Japan. I'm going to talk about that very soon. When it reached the West, Europe and America's people were surprised, and people started writing articles. So perhaps the first article on Keitai Shoshetsu, or mobile phone novel, was published in the New Yorker, that, quite a well-known newspaper in New York, the New Yorker. So on 14th of December 2008, Dana Goodyear, she wrote this about cell phone novel. I'm quoting. The cell phone novel of Keitai Shoshetsu is the first literary genre to emerge from the cellular age. And in spite of being a new form, it is remarkably robust. I would like to draw your attention to this phrase, the cellular age. This is the cellular age. And in this age, digimodernism would work, not metabolism or some other, posts, and cellular age. And what is remarkable about this, I've already mentioned to you, it is created on mobile phone screens, and it is also transmitted through, mobile devices. There are some distributing sites also. We'll talk about them a little later. So let's go into the definition of this. Try to search, find out the definition of this new genre, this creation of this new cultural scenario. How do scholars define that? So Anastasia Rivera, she defines mobile phone novel or Keitai Shoshetsu as, quote, the love child of technology and literature. Interesting definition. But then Alastair Horn, another scholar, he describes cell phone novels as, and I quote, something with two parents. The long and crowded journeys silently endured each day by Japanese commuters, and the enthusiastic adoption of comparatively advanced mobile phones by the country's young people. This is an interesting observation by Alastair Horn, because it's here, in this description, he tells us about, the circumstances in which mobile phone novel was born in the late 90s, or at the cusp of the two centuries, 20th and 21st. I'll talk about the first Keitai Shoshetsu, the first mobile novel, very shortly. So why and how was this born? So he mentions these Japanese commuters traveling their metro trains. The idea of metro originated in Japan, we have taken a lot of technological help from Japan to develop our own metro network. So these rides, long rides on these metro trains, and these young people, not old people, middle-aged people, aged people, young people, nothing with them to carry or to sort of keep them occupied with. They had their mobile phones. So, and then the circumstances in Japan in the late 90s were so conducive for the birth of this genre, this new form of literature, because the scholars are telling us, and I'm quoting, cell phones in Japan were much more advanced and were capable of 3G internet network in 1990s and email messaging, and they did not have SMS text limits. This is what S. Takatsu, who writes mobile phone novels in English, he informs us. So almost 30 years ago, 25, 26 years ago, that was the socio-economic, cultural situation in Japan. And to cater to the need of those people, maybe one of the workers, one of the commuters among them, came up with this idea of mobile phone novel and probably, well, created a text. We don't know about that. And then circulated that among her or his contacts via SMS. That is how it began. Now, see, there is a lot of difference between a mobile phone screen and keypad and a computer screen and keypad. There's a big difference. So the facilities, the ease that you can have on a computer keyboard or bigger computer screen, you cannot have the same on this digital thing called mobile phone. And therefore, the structure of mobile phone novels is, such as is useful or as can only be seen on a screen. So what when it began in Japan. So we are told, and I'm quoting from Wattpad Guide to CPN. CPN is the acronym for Cell Phone Novel. And Wattpad, Wattpad, is a huge portal available to everyone for free. If you want to read or write mobile phone novels, there is no fee whatsoever. If you want to write your stories, well, join Wattpad and contribute. And if you want to read, you can read plentiful mobile phone novels. Of course, there is a premium service to Wattpad too, for which they, of course, charge you some money. But then for free too, you can read a number of novels, and not necessarily in Japanese. There are 35 languages, and so much. And of course, English has overtaken other languages in the field of mobile phone novels. So at that stage, in the year around the year 2000, the structure was such that these stories, CPN stories, cell phone novel stories, had, and I quote from this guide, lasting the length of 70 to 200 word counts. And another overview, someone else says that, well, the word limit used to be 50 to 100 words, 50 to 200 words. So this is what the structure was. And as Takatsu, who I told you writes his cell phone novels in English, well, he says that this communicated a lot. That to us, it appears 100 words is a very scanty number. It's a very small number. How can a writer communicate in this small number? But we have to understand the nature, the character of Japanese language too. These are they use figures. So maybe one figure communicates one full sentence, and that is what Takatsu puts it. And he says that this Japanese is a high context-based language, And a complete sentence in Japanese can consist of just a single lonely verb. So that is why that number of words, small number of words, not more than 200 to 300 in one chapter, right? So if I say chapter, then we have to understand that it was serially transmitted on SMS text messages or some other portals or forms. So the latest definition now, why latest? Because cell phone novel in the beginning, it originated in Japanese, was was these novels written only in Japanese. Now there are more than 35 countries, and probably most of the major languages of the world are there. In this cell phone novel practices, you can see what that. So Anastasia defines the cell phone novel as a serialized story delivered through email or text message or through distributing sites. And there is more. But I'll take this definition from As Takatsu, Japanese gentleman. A cell phone novel is a remarkably unique form of writing, fusing serialized online storytelling with simple haiku like poetic technique and with prose narrative. This is interesting. Haiku like poetic style, when it originated, and also even today, uh, poet, poetic element there, poeticity there is visible, palpable in major cell phone novels. So, and now look at just because we are talking about this, let's refer to a couple of examples. So, the first cell phone novel, mobile phone novel, Keitai Soshestu, was titled Deep Love, I Use a Story. Of course, the title is in English, but this is it was written in Japanese. This is the English translation of the title, Ayu no Monogatari, Deep Love. And this, as the scholar Galbraith says, was keyed into the mobile phone in the year 2002. And that was the year, and immediately, instantly, of course, the writer Yoshi, which is of course a pen name, tried to popularize this new novel, to let the people know about this novel, but it became an instant sensation. Galbraith calls it, and I'm quoting, a grassroots sensation, right? No, not for the mainstream elites, but this was a medium, or this was a form or a genre meant for ordinary workers, the proletariat. The Marxists would say proletariat, that working class people. So how successful it was, the first novel, this grassroots sensation? It sold, as we are told, 2.7 million copies of its print version. It was so popular that in 2007, Yoshi and some publishers thought, why not bring a print version of this Keitai Soshestu, this novel, mobile phone novel? So it was so popular that the print version sold 2.7 million copies instantly. And then after, so this was the beginning of a movement, a kind of sensational movements. And then, well, there are more examples, but I'm skipping all those examples of major Keitai Soshestu successes. So Keitai Soshestu reached the West, became cell phone novel, and that was around the year 2008 when it reached there. And the one who brought it or introduced this form to the West was S. Takatsu, who first studied this form in Japanese. Then he wrote his first cell phone novel in English, Secondhand Memories. Secondhand Memories is the first mobile phone novel ever written in English, right? And this this introduced, sort of unleashed a kind of international movement. And from 2008, this is 2023, how popular this form has become. Well, uh, this is an evidence to that. This Wattpad, which I was mentioning to you, as of the year 2021, 2 years before, Wattpad had, and I'm now quoting, 50 languages available for story writing or uploading. And in 2021, it had 90 million users every month. And this Wattpad organizes an annual contest competition for writers in which, till that year, in the year 2021, 300,000 writers from around 35 countries participated, right? This is what is available on Wikipedia too, this bit of information. So you can see how truly global, genuinely global this mobile phone novel is, this form is, this genre is, and how it is now being sort of written. These novels are being written in almost all major languages of the world. Now, 50 languages. This is what is the information given here. Now, there are certain features of cell phone novels which I won't talk about in detail, but then I'll just cursorily talk about these characteristic features. One of them is the size of key-type novels, because it's this form, this genre is meant for this digital screen of a mobile phone, and it's meant for a specific kind of readership, so they cannot be very long. I mean, short chapters have to be there. These chapters run into sometimes 7, 5, 6, 7, up to 70, 80 generally. This is my assessment when I look at the cell phone novels on Wattpad. This is the range I come across. But generally, we can take a kind of median and say 30 to 40 parts every cell phone novel generally has. Not every, they run into 60 and 70 parts too, but every part can be called a chapter, and every chapter has a kind of word limit. In English, this word limit sometimes goes beyond that, logical, reasonable limit of 300 words a day, sometimes go up to 500 words too, 600 words too. So if you have heard of flash fiction kind of thing, you would be reminded of that. Then a very interesting thing, I can refer to some examples on Wattpad. There's one titled M within square brackets. It has 66 parts, and it's by Sauna S. There's Gumdrop Slides by Shiro Iroji. It's in 10 parts. There is another novel, Vibrance. It has 77 parts, and it's by Cossetti, and so on and so forth. Wistful Tears, etc. An interesting thing about, because it's a digital thing, so what the writers sometimes do, and I've seen this, they would add a moving sketch there, or sometimes when you open the novel on Wattpad screen, the first thing you hear is a tune. There's a music sometimes. It's a video clip. So look at this fusion. This truly becomes a kind of multimedia experience when you start reading a mobile phone novel. There is a video, and there is a song or a tune, and that appears on top of the chapter, and then you move on. It may be sometimes the tune goes on running and ringing, and this goes on working as long as you read. Another interesting feature, which is not available on other formats, is this constant interaction between readers and writers. This is very much like, I think many of us would understand this by Facebook or by Twitter, these modern day portals. So the writers put their text novels on Wattpad, on that digital medium, and then the readers are there to like, upvote, downvote, and they can also comment on a line, on a paragraph, on a chapter. Wattpad facilitates that. So you as a writer can type your comment, your observation, like, dislike, and those comments are visible to other readers too. Those comments of the readers are visible, of course, to the writer, but they are visible to the readers too. Now look at this, what interesting thing happens. Because the comments are there, and they are visible, they are available for the writer to read, then this writer of a this cell phone novel is free to modify the text. So they go on modifying. Look at this new form. It's not that once published, this text, this novel won't ever be modified. The writers go on modifying, either as suggested by the readers or as it comes to them. This is something very unique to this form of literature. And then I'll give you this example of secondhand memories. How much time do I have? I think 5-6 minutes. Can I take? Hello, Bishop. There's no one here. How much time? You're mute, sir.
It can take another 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
I'll wind that up. So Secondhand Memories, which I told you, is the first mobile phone novel in English ever written. As it appears on Wattpad, the opening chapter of the novel, which is titled Summer Bliss, shows 25.7 thousand views, right? You can also see the views there. Then 492 stars or upvotes and 62 comments. And then to look at another example by this Sakuna SM, the opening chapter has 5.88 thousand views, 192 likes, and 25 comments. And as I told you, the result is that the author, the writer, is free to modify whatever the chapters are, or whatever the writer has written. So this is something, again, interesting. What kind of themes and subject matter? So when it began in Japan, and because it was catering to a specific kind of readership, therefore, the themes of these novels, as Anastasia Rivera informs us by quoting Barry Your Grau, the themes of Keitai Shoshetsu revolved around prostitution, AIDS, rape, incest, abortion, drugs, suicide, and desperate eternal love. These are the themes as listed by Anastasia. But then these were the themes of these novels in Japan in those years, because of the reason that this form of novel, these novels were targeted at a specific kind of readership. These commuters, middle class people who had to suffer all of these things. Well, but now, what has happened to this Keitai Shoshetsu in our time? You see romantasy as a new romantasy, a mixing of romance and mystery. There historical fiction is there. It has proliferated and Wattpad. So now there is this inclusion of themes. Themes have become so inclusive here. So this range is increasing. Therefore, what Dana Goodyear said or Anastasia said about the themes of Keitai novels in 2008 and 9 doesn't apply to Keitai novels anymore. But there's one thing. There is this genre called young adult literature. So looking at the themes and looking at the readership, the young people generally read these novels, and they also write, feel encouraged to write. So the category we can create for this kind of novel is young adult literature, which is growing in popularity. in our time. There are, many other kind of forms here. I have examples to cite, but because of the paucity of time, shortage of time, I'll skip much of that. And I come to the last part, a kind of subculture. In 2008 and 9 and 10, scholars noticed that this Keitai novel had created a kind of subculture, substantial subculture. And the members of this subculture were generally young people. There's a lot which I'm skipping here, and I come to actually the last part. So, what is interestingly important about the self-help novel is, and what we need to keep in our mind, that as a genre, this is something that grew in a territory, in an area which is neither European nor American. It grew in the Far East, in Japan, and it began in a non-European language, and therefore the origin of this novel is a certainly and decidedly post-colonial. We can call it a post-colonial genre too because of this reason. Then, as a literary medium, it originated in mid-90s. So that was the, in a way, signifying or announcing the end of that era that was known as postmodernism, and then so many posts were added to that. So it's a non-Eurocentric form and a post-colonial form. And this is the form which goes very well with what the title, the theme of the seminar says, cultural episteme of our time. I'm just avoiding the use of the word postmodern, and the cultural episteme of our time, which, with reference to Alan Kibbe, said is the era, the time of digi-modernism, digital era, and which some other people call it cellular age. We are certainly living the cellular age, and let's see how artificial intelligence changes the world. This is, I have to say, yes, especially.
Yeah. Please join me in expressing our sincere gratitude to Professor Joshi for delivering an enlightening and thought provoking key address. He has not only shared his extensive knowledge, but also have provided us with fresh perspectives and insights that will undoubtedly contribute significantly to our understanding of this conference, Tim. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. It is my distinct pleasure and privilege to welcome each and every one of you to the momentous occasion, the book release event for the collection of selected research papers of the first international conference published by MacBrain Publishing House, New Delhi, and edited by Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, Dr. Sudhi Narayan Singh, and Dr. Raman Kumar. So, we are here to celebrate the culmination of groundbreaking research and scholarly endeavors, thanks to MacBrain Publishing House and the esteemed editors for this, for their commitment to advancing knowledge. To the authors, your contributions are invaluable. And today, let's engage in official release of this impactful collection.
As conference convener, it is a proud privilege for all of us, and that we are getting our book released by Professor Honorable Professor Prakash Joshi sir. Thank you. Thanks for doing this. Honor to all of us, and it's great listening to you, sir, throughout. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for inviting me to speak.
Sir, sir, we are humbled and a deep gratitude is due to us from our side. And
Thank you, sir. Thank
it
you.
has been all enlightening, sir. Thanks so
Thank you
much.
so much. Thank you, sir. And this book is available digitally only, or is it available in print too, sir? This book,
It's print only, but it is being released in digitally
digitally.
released by you.
Okay.
But
Right.
yes, book is printed
It's
one.
it's available on Amazon.
It's come very recently, so it may
Okay.
be later on.
Right. Right, sir. Thank
It
you,
came
sir.
this week only, sir. This week
hmm
one.
So it'll be soon there on Amazon.
Yeah, yeah. And it's the great endeavor of Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey and Mr. Raman Jaspal.
Congratulations, Professor Pandey. Congratulations, you, Professor Singh Sahab, and everyone, the entire team. I see three editors there. So
Yeah.
congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to all contributors.
Thanks to all the contributors and
Congratulations, Professor Pandey. Congratulations to
Thank
you,
you.
Professor Singh Sahab,
Thank you,
and
sir.
everyone, the entire team. I see three editors there. So
yeah.
congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to all contributors.
This book is available in print, and we wanted to release it today only on these second day of this international conference. And this book can be ordered, or those who want to buy this book, they can order from MacBrain Publication. They are New Delhi based publishers. So I'll be sharing their contact number. They can purchase the book from there. Uh, and the selected papers from the last year conference has been published in this book, uh, and it is available with the with the publisher,
Not,
MacBain Publication House.
not on Amazon. Is it not available on Amazon? Not yet.
And I came to know from the publisher that it is available on Flipkart also.
Okay.
Is it Amazon also? So, okay. And after a couple of days, it will be available on Amazon also. But at present, it is available on Flipkart.
Right.
Thank you.
It's coming on Amazon soon.
It's a
It will be
deep
available.
thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you once again to Professor Joshi
Vishnu,
for.
over to you. Vishnu, over
Thank
to
you, sir.
you. Over to
Thank
you.
you, sir. Once again, a very big thank you to Professor Joshi for releasing this edition of this publication. And also a big thank you to MacBrain Publishing House, that is based in New Delhi, and also the esteemed editors, especially Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, Dr. Sudhi Narayan Singh, and Dr. Raman Kumar. Thank you once again. So, continuing our journey through the rich landscape of postmodern thought, it is my pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker for the day. I would like to invite Dr. Leon Bashirahishije, Faculty of English, Burundi, Higher Institute of Education, Burundi, and let us warmly welcome him as he guides us through another enlightening session. Dr. Leon is a Burundian lecturer and researcher with a master's in arts and British literature from lovely professional university India, and a PhD in American literature from Moi University, Kenya. As a full-time lecturer at the Burundi Higher Institute of Education since 2008, he teaches American literature, literary theory, research-related subjects, and provides academic guidance to master's students. Additionally, he serves on the editorial board of the peer-reviewed journal, The Achievers Journal, focusing on post-colonial issues, freedom, social media, education challenges, eco criticism, and societal review in his research pursuits. Beyond his editorial responsibilities, he actively participates in the meticulous review process for submitted articles, contributing to the scholarly discourse in his field. His research interests encompass a diverse array of topics rooted in post colonial issues. His exploration of the concept of freedom, ongoing challenges to the liberation of the human soul, the impact of social media on global dynamics, contemporary challenges in education, the eco-critical spirit in modern writings, and the intersection of memories and societal review showcase the breadth and depth of his intellectual curiosity. So please welcome Dr. Leon for his address.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good
Can you
morning.
hear me? Okay, thank you. I'm very glad to have this moment just to share with you TAFES members, TAFES coordinators, but also the different participants in this international conference on this key issue related to literary and cultural episteme in connection with postmodernism. As you have already said, I'm Professor Leon Bashirashize from Burundi, and I'm really interested in literary issues, especially postmodernism and most of the time post-colonial issues. Now, my point I would like to share with you today is articulated under the topic the postmodernism artifact, a complex concept in the contemporary literary and artistic world. Now, this point actually about cultural and literary episteme will be understood within the African context because I wanted to narrow it down so that I should not delve into a long distance in a way to explore systematically how the postmodernism world can be understood, especially without the African context regarding the African authors and artists in connection with what has been produced since after World War II till today. Now, human thought is versatile. It keeps changing from time to time and from place to place as life obligations try to get along with geopolitical, historical, cultural, and social mutations. The contemporary thought on postmodernism today offers a view that is quite different from what the postmodernism was 20 years ago as the world evolves from time to time. For the modern scholar, in order to understand and to capture deeply and exactly what the postmodernism is, we need to compartmentalize this period of postmodernism within three waves. And these three waves have been thought in connection with how the human thought and how the human society has evolved from the time when the World War II was over, especially from the 1950s till the present time. Now, it is very important to know that every wave has a particular historical and cultural, but also literary traits inspired by the topical issues of the time. And going very quickly, let us now examine these three waves that I have tried to investigate, at least from the World War II and till the modern time, the 21st century, this period we are living right now. Now, we have already said this period can be compartmentalized within three periods. The first period goes actually from the end of World War II, that is around the 1950s, going, let's say, up to the late 1970s. And the second wave of postmodernist thinking can be situated from the 1970s, late 1970s, then going down up to the late 1990s. But after this period of second wave of postmodernist thinking, we just get the last one, the third wave, that we have tried to situate within the period located from the 20,000s up to the present moment. This very time we are interacting physically and intellectually, the Hiket Nunc, the life and opportunities we are experiencing day after day in our present, in our public, private, and professional experience. Now, examining the first wave, which has been named as the remote postmodernism view and thought. This is a period we have already said, which can be roughly situated from the early 1950s till the late 1970s. I want my listeners and the whole audience to understand what I'm saying. I have already indicated that my point especially bases on the achievements that have been made by some African artists and writers, just to understand the cultural and the literary episteme that characterized the different moments of the time during what we may call the postmodernist era in African perspective. That is the reason why I want my listeners or the audience to understand my point of view. Now, the period that we have already nominated as the remote postmodernism, that we have situated within the period going from 1950s going up to 1970s, that was a period which actually was inspired by a human spirit of irrational violence caused by the power abuse, especially quickly after the accession of the elite, the political elite to power, when the white master went back. Now, that is a period actually which is very hot in the history of African writers, but the history of African artists. Writers, industry, and artists of the time expressed the feeling of dissatisfaction against the growing corruption and the public embezzlements, the totalitarian and the tyrannical dictatorships. We just find some notable works like The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born, a novel which was written by Armah Aikwe, which actually discusses the evils of corruption that characterized the African political landscape shortly after independence. That is a novel which actually deplores the lost opportunities, the lost independence, the lost hopes that the masses, that the African people, especially the Ghanaians at home, but this is the microcosmic representation which actually at macrocosmic level represents the African masses. It is actually a to enjoy, but actually they were buried underground by this corrupt elite, which did nothing to promote the African masses, but rather to take everything, individualize, personalize, until the liberated masses became now slaves at their own home. We also have another representative writer with his novels. This is Chinua Achebe, The novels which are very indicative to this point, we can just examine novels like No Longer It Is, which was published in 1960. We have A Man of the People, also it is about this period. We also have another important novel which depicts the horrors of the time, Ant Hills of Savannah. These are the three works, along with Armah Haikwe's novel, The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. Actually, these are novels that epitomize the pain that the African masses, that the African people experienced by the time when the colonial master went home, and then when the African elite came to power. It is the time of disillusionment. This is the epoch we have to remind. This is the epoch of the military coups. And the military coups pervade the political landscape with regard to what was understood as the power change in many states, and not only Africa, but across the global south. Because even when we examine what was taking place in Latin America, in Central America, and countries like Nicaragua, like Colombia, like Venezuela, like Honduras, even like Brazil, now passing by Africa, we've already said in countries like Nigeria, like Ghana, like Togo, like Burundi, my country, like Uganda, for example, we just find that the military coup system was the only way to operate political change. And for every time there was a coup, it was automatically succeeded by bloodbath. That was really the period which we can describe, which can be understood as the period of darkness. Now, the social and the literary episteme of the period was featured by a feeling of disenchantment. Disenchantment because it was characterized by moral disappointment, bitterness, disillusionment. And it was also a period of profound despair that is also found in V.S. Naples' A Bend in the River. A Bend in the River, it is a novel that I would like to advise anyone who would like to know much more about the post-colonial Africa, a novel that actually, to me and to some other scholars, have qualified as the real African novel which describes what Africa looks like. V.S. Naples is generally known not as an African writer, and of course, it is quite understandable. He has never lived in Africa, but as a scholar, he traveled along in many African countries like Congo, which was a Zaire in the past, like Uganda as well. And then he came up with a novel that he wrote. Actually, the novel is about Congo, DRC Congo today, which was normally known as Zaire during the period of Mobutu as president. And the novel actually captures the trouble, captures the darkness, captures the horrors that were characterizing the Congo, that African country at the time, but also Uganda, which was also one of the two countries he had just visited. It is really a novel which is very indicative, a novel which describes the eschatological world of what was happening across Africa, but basing specifically his hub in Congo and in Uganda. The literary works of this period, we have already said, describe a kind of pandemonium where the hopes for the new emerging nations are totally obliterated by a corrupt and a tyrannical elite. Examining the second wave of postmodernism, we have tried to locate it from the period which goes from the 1970s, late 1970s, going down up to 1980s. 90s, late 1990s. This period, we have called it the middle postmodernism. In this period, the difference between itself and the previous one is that the military coups are going to decrease. However, even there, the military coups are going to decrease. We just find that the public embezzlements, the corruption, but also the totalitarian rule or dictatorship are still commonplace and are still rampant in many African and Latin nations. The most striking change of the period, of course, but at political level, it is only the advent of democracies. That is a new introduction of political line, a way which is introduced by the West just to see how the way power change should take another form in order to avoid these military coups and also the subsequent bloodbath that had characterized any political change. Now, what people might understood, generally, when evoking the concept of democracy, we automatically understand issues related to freedom. We automatically understand issues related to good management. We automatically understand issues related to peace development. But during this period, it is quite the opposite. What we generally see, we just find that the new so-called democratic government that are going to be established across different countries are actually going to radicalize the political management. And the main line in their political agenda is to exclude the other voice. That is number one. To exclude the other voice, to put out of the center anyone who has a different opinion. Now, in the name of democracy, we just find that the common man is crushed to the ground in the same way bucks are crushed between fingers. We just watch chaos running in many nations, in many African nations, and it is the age that we may say an age characterized by moral desolation, where people have actually lost any kind of hope, where everything is bitter and dark, where actually the sun no longer shines, but only it is darkness which is covering the whole nation, the whole spirit, the whole human being under this political threat. Now, anxiety and the fear for tomorrow grow in the hearts of the deprived masses that are forced to flee their homes to seek asylum in other countries. Now, examining the literary works of this period that have been signed, that have been offered by many great writers, citing, for example, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, a literary icon, a literary African but international icon, we can just examine his novel Petals of Blood, which actually reflects this kind of a picture of the 1970s, 1980s, a world which is covered by despair. We examining works produced during this period, then the cultural and the literary episteme of this time that was developed mainly based its core on the social malaise. It was the social malaise which characterized most of the time the writings of the time, the cultural disintegration, the loss of home, and a nostalgic feeling to die poor, but also wandering. Because of what? Simply put, because of the greed of the man on power. We have another writer, Professor Marie-Thérèse Toyi, whose novel Weep Not Refugee, that is a novel which is sometimes confused with Ngugi wa Thiong'o's Weep Not Child. But this novel I would like to focus on is Weep Not Refugee, a novel which was actually authored and also discussing, reflecting the same issues of this black world, of this dissatisfying climate, of this landscape, which actually indicates bitterness and darkness everywhere. It is a novel actually which talks about a very young lady, young lady who lives in Burundi, but when a civil war breaks out, the young lady has to run away from home. In the way refugees have to run in order to see how they could save their lives. And then as the young lady is running with her mother, the mother is caught by people who rape her. And after raping her, she's drowned into a river. Now, the father is chopped into pieces. And our protagonist, she's also caught, raped, and she's raped by a philanthropist who's trying to indicate or simply put to show that he would like to save her. But the one who indicates, the one who demonstrates feelings of assistance is the one who molests the lamb. Now, all these, all the many writings of the time, they actually portray a world which is covered by despair, a world which actually indicates that the world is spinning out of control. Now, the third phase or the third wave of postmodernism that we try to compartmentalize within this paper has been called the contemporary postmodernism, or simply put, the age of artistic dubitation. I would here like to insist on this terminology, the age of artistic dubitation, because I have just found that it is a period which quite is different from what the other previous periods were. The contemporary postmodernism is actually the period we are living. This moment we are interacting physically and intellectually, the opportunities we are gaining in life, but also the challenges we are experiencing in our private, public, but also professional existence. Now, it is this period which is very difficult to define, because what I would like to call the contemporary postmodernism, actually it is a period which merges the past with the present, and a past which is very difficult to dissociate from the present in an era that actually is dominated by the digital world. Professor Moshi, who preceded me in his wonderful and important talk, has already cited one important point when he was saying the 20th century is a new cultural paradigm. It is actually a new cultural poses a lot of characteristics that are even very hard to define, or simply put, very hard to characterize, because it shows something which is quite different from what preceded. That's why this period has been baptized as the age of artistic dubitation. We have already said it is a period difficult to define, as the past merges with the present. and a past that never ends yet reappears to impact human existence in all fields of life. Now, basing on his achievement, although he was not the first one to coin the concept of postmodernism, postmodernism as a concept was really valorized by Jean-François Lyotard. Jean-François Lyotard, this French critic and a philosopher of the 20th century, who actually made a lot of research and a lot of ideas with regard to how postmodernist world was conceived and what postmodernism world was actually. But the problem we have is within the concept itself. Can we really today speak of postmodernism in the way we understand it, in the way Jean-François Lyotard introduced the concept in the 1970s, 1980s? Of course, to me as a researcher, this is very debatable. Why do I have to say it is debatable? When we say that the period we are living today, this period which started from the 2000s till the present moment, if we call it today, I think we would miss the right ways to qualify it, the right ways to explain in which way it is post. Post to what? Of course, when speaking of postmodernism, we understand this prefix post because the period came directly after modernism. But in the moment we are living today, since the year 2000, it is quite impossible to qualify the period we are living in as postmodernism, because actually examining the literary and artistic grounds, it offers a lot of multidisciplinarities that actually show something which is quite different. That is why, in my opinion, that is the age of dubitation. Dubitation because examining what the modern digital world is offering, examining what the modern opinion is giving, examining what the modern thinking looks like, actually the postmodernism in the real and the true meaning of the concept ended to me with the 2000s. The 21st century, it was another era we started. This new era we started from the 21st century, it is this age that we characterized as the age of dubitation, artistic dubitation, an age that is quite different to align with what has preceded. If we understand what we may understand, what we may see, or what we may capture from the modern cultural and the literary world, we just find that even the modern writings, even the modern arts, by arts we can even take a film, we can take a cinema, we can take a painting. We just find that today, Professor Poshi, sorry, I might have probably cited his name wrongly. Poshi, I think, Professor Poshi, yes, has already indicated one important thing, a world which is characterized by a lot of changes, and a world which actually does not correlate with what has preceded. That is the reason why we qualify this as a new age, as a new era, which cannot be aligned together with the world of Jean-François Lyotard, which actually dominated the 1970s, 1980s, up to late 1990s.
Now, so, can you conclude like within 2-3 minutes?
Yes, just 2 minutes and I finish, sir.
Right.
This
Yes.
concept introduces, yes, this concept introduces, yes, a clear and a direct meaning that is marked by the extreme anxieties, the uncertainties and the distrust, the suspicion and the misgiving caused by unfulfilled hopes, and of course, the aborted expectations experienced by humans across the globe. But most of the time, this age also, which is dominated by the digital area. Now, there is no common canon, no, that can define modern writers or even modern artists and thinkers. It is actually featured by extreme capitalism, secretive and domineering political structures to sow peace or chaos, but also to bring sunshine, an age where those who have the capability may bring sunshine or storms whenever they want across many nations. There is always the tussle between the rich and the poor, between the ruler and the ruled, between the haves and the have-nots, between the West and the global South. It is this contemporary period which cannot really be qualified postmodernism because it discloses no relation, no sign of posteriority, no sign of continuation with the modern spirits in terms of the modernist spirits in terms of philosophy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This is the end of my point. Thank you.
We extend our heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Bashir Shizit for sharing his profound insights and expertise. We are grateful for the engaging and enlightening presentation that has added immeasurable value to our conference. Thank you once again, sir. As we delve deeper into the discourse on postmodernism, it is my honor to introduce our third esteemed speaker for today. With a keen understanding of the complexities within our conference theme, he promised to offer fresh perspectives and thought provoking insights. Without further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Habib Hajeri, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Sultan Maule Shimane University, Beni Mellal, Morocco. Let us extend a warm welcome as he share his expertise with us. Dr. Habib Hajeri is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Arts and Humanities in Beni Mellal, with 14 years of experience as an English teacher in Moroccan high schools and 4 years as an ELT supervisor. He brings a wealth of expertise to this current role. Dr. Adhiri, a certified PCELT trainer, served as the regional coordinator of the ELT supervision team in the Beni Belal Kenifra region for 1 year. His academic interests span English literature and language teaching, while his creative side shines through his passion for writing poetry. In 2018, he published his first collection, Bees in the Bonnet. Please welcome Dr. Habib Khadri.
Yes, hello everyone. Good morning from Morocco. First of all, it seems to me, to be very intimate relevance to express my very warm thanks and gratitude to the Achievers Foundation for English Studies for the invitation. And I would like also to thank all the organizers of this international conference on on recent trends in postmodernism, reappraising literary and culturally episteme. I have chosen to talk about Kazuo Ishiguro. It is a writer that I have worked a lot on, and especially in my PhD, in my doctoral thesis. Before talking about postmodern resonances in Kazuo Ishiguro's works, I would like to say something about Kazuo Ishiguro. Kazuo Ishiguro himself, in one of his interviews, expresses his desire not to be literally classified and categorized. He doesn't like to use these literary labels as postmodern or sci-fi writer or fantasy writer, but he says that he wants to read fiction and to write fiction for the sake of fiction. But this cannot cloud the fact that there are some important postmodern echoes and resonances in his fiction. And I have decided to choose three of his works: Never Let Me Go, which was published in 2005, and Nocturnes, which is a collection of short stories, which was published in 2009, and his last novel, Clara and the Sun, which was published in 2021. So these are, if you like, literary works that belong to the 21st century. The two presentations that preceded me, in fact, have raised very important issues that I'm going to build on. One of the points that was raised, especially in the first presentation, is the idea of modernism, and raising the idea that today we live in an era of digital information and technology. And I think that the topics that have been raised by Kazuo Ishiguro in these three books have to do with this idea of biotechnology and robotics and cosmetic surgeries. And what I would like to say is that Ishiguro's fiction is not a literary deviant when it comes to postmodern writings. It is not markedly different from the mainstream criticism of capitalism and its manipulative power. So Ishiguro provides a caricatural representation of the postmodern science. He criticizes the postmodern science and blames this science for the distortion of the real, for the distortion of all that is natural and all that is normal, and also the role of capitalism in bringing about that idea of commodification. He wants to say that the world of today is characterized by the commodification of everything, and he focuses basically on the commodification of intelligence. It is not just human and real intelligence, but also the artificial intelligence. Also, the commodification of beauty and the commodification of emotions. And these are the three areas that I'm going to focus on in my presentation. So Kazuo Ishiguro seeks to uncover the abyss beneath our connection to the scientific knowledge that surround us in the world of today. And his fiction implies that as capitalism maturates and as capitalism continues to exist, the process of commodification goes massively visible. His fiction is a reaction. And here I'm going to clarify a certain point. The way I understand post does not always mean after, but it also means a reaction to. So his fiction is a reaction against the intricate, established relationship between scientific knowledge and commodity in an industry based world. It's a lamentation of the failure of scientists in the technology, in biotechnology, digital electronics, and cosmetic surgeries to withstand the greed and power of capitalist, money oriented industrialists who leverage intellectual abilities to their advantage. Kazuo Ishiguro pokes criticism at the scientific mind and blames this mind for the distortion of the nature and creates new forms of relationships. Kazuo Ishiguro provides, as I said at the beginning, a caricatural description of a dystopian world where everything becomes a profitable business, everything becomes a commodity, and the boundaries between the real and the simulated is blurred and wobbly. Thus, his literary works can be considered a moral animadversion upon the business dimension of science that serves the interest of consumer societies and fosters a culture that is based on the idea of the commodification of everything. In this presentation, as I have already said, I'm going to focus on the intelligence as a commodity, beauty as a commodity, and emotions as a commodity in the fiction of Kazuo Ishiguro. And I'm going to focus on four main concepts in the analysis of the three books under study and the explanation of the three commodities. The first concept is that of hegemony, Gramsci's notion of hegemony, and the perception of power by Foucault, and the idea of simulacrum by Baudrillard, and also the idea of the critique of everyday life by Henry Lefebvre. Thus, Ishiguro's fiction documents a phase of capitalism marked by what theorists like Thomas Cohen and Paul Feyerabend call scientific paradigm shifts. He dwells on the shift to advanced biotechnologies, artificial intelligence, sophisticated medical surgeries, and new patterns of production, consumption, and marketing. He holds this paradigm, this scientific paradigm shift, responsible for the killing of the real and for creating new forms of human relationships. So instead of talking about human relationship in the world of today, and according to Kazuo Ishiguro, we can talk about cloned humans interacting with real humans, as it is the case in his novel Never Let Me Go. We can also talk about the interaction of a machine that is a robot, an artificial friend with humans, as it is the case with Clara, Rose, and Rex as artificial friends in the novel of Clara and the Sun. So he implies the idea that the technology of today and the development, the scientific developments that have taken place in the world of today have contributed, if you like, to the creation of these new forms of relationships. So his literary works fit in the overall picture of postmodern literature that is still surviving as capitalism keeps maturing and spreading out in the world. He criticizes the commodification of everything in the postmodern age. It is the criticism of what Jameson calls, in the interview conducted by Bombach, the logic of the commodity system. His fiction shows that postmodernism is still in intemperance while dealing with capitalism as an economic system that renders everything a business to gain profits and have the upper hand over the world. This means that with what Wood refers to the maturation and universalization of capitalism, postmodernism continues to criticize, let's say, capitalism with an immoderation that knows no trims. The more the capitalism continues to invade the world, the more postmodernism continues to react to it. So what Kazuo Ishiguro does in his fiction is that he selects some important moments or events and submits them to critical examination and reflective evaluation in a way that warns against the advent of something bad in the future. In Never Let Me Go, he selects human cloning as one of, if you like, the byproducts of what is called today the scientific developments in biotechnology. In his collection of short stories, he has selected cosmetic surgeries. So these are events that are taking place in the world of today. So to use the words of Jameson, Ishiguro looks for breaks, for events rather than new words, for the telltale instant. The purpose is to show that with the progress of industrialization, as Jameson puts it, nature is gone for good. And this nature, that is the real nature, has been replaced with the second nature. So here we can talk about the idea of Jameson that the word that the advances in biotechnology, in cosmetic surgeries, and in medical, if you like, surgeries have contributed to the death of the real nature, and this real nature has been replaced by the second nature. So Ishiguro aims to highlight that the industry, insensitized by capitalism, exerts its power on the human mind in what can be called the era of the second nature. So we can't call the era that we live today, it's the era of the second nature because of the spread. People try to change their faces, their real faces, using cosmetic surgeries. We find human clones, let's say, interact with real ones. We find people buy robots and put them in their families to do tasks that are normally made for kids. So we can't talk about the death of the real nature and the coming of the second nature. So the first nature has been spoiled and replaced by, let's say, the second one. So um, Kazuo Ishiguro, if you like, has introduced intelligence, both the real intelligence and the human intelligence, as a commodity. And this is the first point that I'm going to highlight by giving some examples from his books. So Ishiguro is not quarantined, is not isolated from the sociocultural and scientific realities of the world where he lives. And as I have just said, he always selects events and important scientific events from the world where he lives. So cosmetic surgeries, human cloning, artificial intelligence, these are topical issues in the world of today. So the industrialization and commodification of intelligence in the era of digital electronics is one of the main concerns of Kazuo Ishiguro in his novel Clara and the Sun. Robotics have invaded human life and altered this life in many ways. Artificial friends, or AFAs, as he calls them in the novel, have been created, commodified under the banner of making the life of families better, and especially the life of children better. The point that he wants to make is that intelligence is on sale on the market as a result of the invincible power of money. Money, as Lefebvre says in his critique of everyday life, money can buy anything. Those who have money and have power over everything, including the brains of brilliant scientists. Money can buy scientists, and this is one of the ideas in his fiction. Money can buy scientists, that is the human intelligence and their products, and capitalists have money and power that enable them to impact people's life in many ways. And one of these impacts is family disintegration. So Ishiguro characterizes the world of today with the devaluation of the human and the valorization of the commodity. Lefebvre says that the valuation of the human world grows in direct proportion to the increase in the value of the world of things. The ironic thing that Kazuo Ishiguro raises in his fiction is that humans create objects and things that can take their places later on. To put it in a clear way, capitalists pay scientists who are humans to create robots, which are economic objects, to replace parents who are human. So, in a nutshell, industrial production that leads to human replacement. So, Ishiguro, in his novel Clara and the Sun, can be considered as a kind of, let's say, a critique, a moral critique of the changes that have taken place in the families in the world of today due to the impact of the advances, the scientific advances in digital electronics, basically when it comes to robots. So another thing is that his novel, Clara and the Sun, can be considered as a kind of a rewrite of his Never Let Me Go, as they both fall within the scope of science fiction and draw attention to themes related to scientific knowledge. So, human cloning and artificial intelligence and their impacts on the natural course of the novel. So, the stories of both novels are told from the perspectives of non humans. Kathy is a cloned human in Never Let Me Go, and Clara is an artificial friend in Clara and the Sun. So both books invite us as readers to peer into the way some forms of scientific knowledge can make us refrain from communing with our genuine nature and expose a mode of life detached from this authentic nature. Creating cloned humans and artificial friends and giving them the power to interact with real flesh and blood people makes erodes upon the human real nature. In both books, industrialized products penetrate the world of humans and control it to the extent that real humans depend on these products to survive and be happy. So Kazuo Ishiguro is trying to draw our attention to how life in an industrialized world has been automated and robotized due to the merchandised scientific knowledge. He reflects the concern of many people in the world of today about the existence of the practice of relying heavily upon robots inside and outside families as sociocultural institutions. In Clara and the Sun, for example, the author gives voice to artificial robots to narrate what real humans beings do and say how they interact. Clara, the narrator, is one of them. Ishiguro intimates that there is a risk that in this era of technology and new information, voices of AI robots are heard much more than those of real humans who turn out to be store managers, customers, consumers, and visitors. Kazuo Ishiguro seeks to draw attention to the power of science when it comes to producing economic objects that seduce people and make them vie for getting the latest gadgets. In this way, he critically inquires into the world of machines, which Deleuze and Guattari describe as being everywhere. Machines are everywhere. So they say machines driving other machines, machines being driven by other machines. So the mechanization of life is one of the main concerns of Kazuo Ishiguro in his fiction. So he wants to say that these advances in technology has contributed to the mechanization of life. So the machines have invaded our life and turned it, if you like, and killed, if you like, the real human relationships. Ishiguro's approach to scientific knowledge can be described as humanistic. Even in Never Let Me Go, he focuses on the suffering of cloned children whose life is predetermined by the architects of human cloning as business. The human intelligence, both the scientific mind, is manipulated by the architects of the donation programs that seek to gain profits. In Clara and the Sun, Never Let Me Go, the victims of the capitalist scientific knowledge are children. In both books, he focuses on the sufferings of children. The language of business has invaded the human intelligence and geared this intelligence towards serving the interest of the industrialist and makes it commodity oriented. So once again, Ishiguro is trying to highlight the business relation of this intelligence with the world of industry and capital. The human mind has been bought and paid to produce commodities for given groups of people. So Ishiguro's writings on human cloning, robotic friendship, and cosmetic surgeries reveal that he is not isolated from the world where he lives, and his writings are not amputated of a satiric tone that aims at discrediting the scientific claims of making the human life better and easier. His way of dealing with these topical issues is parodic in the sense that he provides a fictional caricature of what is going on in the world of today, the era of the second nature, as I call it at the very beginning. So if Frederick Jameson denounces the things that he finds disturbing in the postmodern culture, Ishiguro denounces the aspects he considers nature distorting and real killing in the postmodern science. With Ishiguro, we can say that postmodernism is extended to include criticism of advancements in the biotechnology, robotics, and medical surgeries as forces that have killed the real and replaced this real with what Baudrillard calls the simulacrum. This process of replacement and even erasure is the provenance of this postmodern criticism. Ishiguro animadverts upon the logic of capitalism, which dominates the postmodern science, infringes on the rights of children, disregards the important bonds between them and their parents, instills in people beliefs founded on atomism, founded on individualism, and which severs them from their authentic world that ravages the logic of nature. Thus, postmodernism is a style of denouncing this demise of, let's say, this dominance of capitalism. It is a reaction to the irrelationships between man and nature in general and between scientists and nature in particular. With Ishiguro, postmodernism is averse to the idea of buying the human intelligence to commodify everything. He launches, he blames scientists, manipulation by capitalists who have economic power. This love of power is fascist, which shows that there is a Foucauldian touch mirrored in Ishiguro's view of power. In his preface to Deleuze and Guattari's and the Anti-Oedipus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia, Foucault makes a clear allusion to this aspect of fascism, which exists in the capitalist mind. So he says that he talks about fascism in our heads and in our everyday behavior, the fascism that comes to cause us or that causes us to love power. So he wants to say, or the idea here is that the capitalists love power, economic power, the power of money, and they try to use this power to buy scientists. And these scientists create products and commodities that can be used by people in their everyday life. And the outcome of this use is the killing of the real, is the killing of human relationships, is the suffering of kids, is the fragmentation of families, and all these results. So for capitalists and industrialists counts more than anything else. The term consent that has been suggested by Gramsci in his definition of hegemony can be also, let's say, help understand how scientists are monopolized, how scientists work under the authority of those who have power, who have economic power. So scientists accept to be monopolized by the owners of the capital. They put their intelligence on sale on the market. It's the power of money and greed that lead to consent. This power contributes to the production of consent. So in this way, we can say that postmodern knowledge turns out to be a hegemony strategy. It is a strategy that is used to manipulate people's minds and to manipulate the world in general. So Kazuo Ishiguro criticizes the hegemony of the postmodern knowledge. To quote Gonzalez, this knowledge makes real and artificial creatures interact with each other and inquire about the meanings of each other. AFA or artificial friend robots raise questions of each other, raise questions about what it means to be a human, and humans equally strive to understand what it means to be artificial. Clara, in Clara and the Sun, talks about seeing people standing, sitting, and moving around inside the store, and others wearing different kinds of shoes with their paper cups and shoulder bags. She is not just a machine to be used by real humans. She is an observer of what these people do, and it is a commentator of what these people do. Clara is the product of the human intelligence, which works under the control of capitalists. She is on sale in the store, and thus she can be considered as a symbol of the marketability of intelligence. Ishiguro implies that scientific objects like AFAs unveil the secret agendas of the owners of the economic power to dominate the world by dividing it into real and unreal entities and blurring the boundaries between them. Artificial intelligence can be deemed an important scientific invention but it cannot survive time, it cannot survive nature, and it cannot survive age as the real intelligence does. The scientific mind, which produces and bolsters human robot friendships in Clara and the Sun, is a hostage of a capitalist mode of thinking. It works towards spreading the possibility of melting humans with machines in one place with intent to make materialistic gains. It ends up with mechanizing life and hollowing human minds for warmth and empathy and sympathy. It seeks to control not only the machines it creates, but also its target clients. Ishiguro calls for the need to protect children from the greed of this mind and raise awareness about the risk of being with a machine. Like Never Let Me Go, Clara and the Sun is part of the author's effort to criticize the brutality of capitalist science oriented minds against children. While the first depicts a dystopian society whose victims are cloned kids who have to grow up to donate again and again until they die, the second warns against letting artificial robots impacting the lives of kids. The second part of this culture of commodification in his fiction has to do with beauty, beauty as a commodity. Ishiguro deals with physical beauty as a commodity that is on sale in the postmodern world. To have a beautiful face, especially in such domains as art, uh, means to have power. The author seeks to attract attention to the idea that one of the outcomes of capitalism is the creation of generations of people who ran after money and power as a solution to their problems. To use the words of Lefebvre, the solution to man's problems is to be found by sharing, not by sharing our weakness, poverty, and mediocrity, but by seeking power and wealth. Everything for them is, is gravitated around power, which is part of man's greatness and of the beauty of life. In the world of art and music that Kazuo Ishiguro focuses on in his short story entitled Nocturne, people like Lindy and Steve, these are names of his characters, seek power and wealth in getting a beautiful face through a cosmetic surgery. They can change their faces as many times as they can. An ugly face for them is a sign of weakness. Capitalist seeks to eternalize beauty and through these surgeries and target basically fields like music and arts where beautiful faces are needed and required. Ishiguro, through his writings, criticizes this capitalist idea, blaming it for killing the real faces. He holds capitalists responsible for what Lefebvre calls a false world, where the real life is simulated. Lefebvre says in his book, A Critique of Everyday Life, we are now entering the vast domain of the illusory reverse image. What we find is a false word, firstly, because it is not a word, and because it presents itself as true, and because it mimics real life closely in order to replace the real by its opposite, by replacing real unhappiness by fictions of happiness. Ishiguro is in line with Lefebvre in that they both blame capitalism for working on creating a false world that replaces the real and authentic one. The real face is replaced with a fabricated one. The world of today for Kazuo Ishiguro is full of illusory reverse images. With capitalism, beauty is on sale on the market, but Ishiguro wants to pass on the message that this beauty is fake and false. It's just a replica of the real one. It cannot last forever. The evidence is that Lindy, one of his characters, has many surgeries, which means that one surgery is not enough to guarantee having an eternal beautiful face. Lindy and tells Steve that this is her third time having a cosmetic surgery. She needs to use her money to get a new face, when the old one is obsolete because of old age. For his wife, Helen, this is normal. Everyone is doing it. Capitalists have succeeded to normalize this process of having cosmetic surgeries to look beautiful. Altering the real turns out to be a way of success, a way to fame and fortune in the world of art and music. This marketable and changeable nature of the real makes the distinction between it and its different transfigurations ambivalent and misty. An artist cannot have a medical surgery if he is not incredulous towards his own real face. The idea of incredulity is central to the cosmetic operations as a profitable business. It is the commodity system which can sell everything for a lot of money, as Jameson puts it. In the music industry, as Steve points out, what matters most is the image. And here I'm quoting Kazuo Ishiguro, the image and its marketability. Everything is marketable, including faces, awards, husbands, and wives. Ishiguro accuses scientific advances in medical surgeries of creating an atmosphere of incredulity towards the real and advocating the world of the simulated. Ishiguro takes us to a world of false instability and illusion. All that is original is at stake because of the greed of capitalists. Nothing is stable in the postmodern age, including the real. Everything is unsettled, including human identities, which have been morphed time and again to fit in this world of continuous change. The real can become invisible, just like the faces of Lindy and Steve in the story of Nocturnes. Steve describes himself as invisible. I am still the invisible man. Beauty is on sale, but buying it is not within the reach of everyone. Steve needs money to change his real face. His wife, Helen, leaves him to marry Chris, the owner of a string of successful dinners across Washington, who wants to pay all the hospital bills, recuperation, and everything. Steve accepts the offer and his painful metamorphosis to become someone with a better face. He confesses that his face is painful and the authentic. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. So we'll give you
Yeah.
another 2 minutes to conclude your
Uh,
presentation.
yes. Painful and the anesthetic in his system makes him nauseous and that he doesn't sleep at all, which means that what advancing biotechnology brings is, if you like, painful. Uh, I'm going to skip some points because of the time constraint. The last commodity in his fiction is emotions. Ishiguro's Clara and the Sun is about fear of loneliness in the postmodern age. The author takes us to a sci-fi, a science fiction world where robots are endowed with the power to understand human emotions and help people, namely children, cope with this fear of loneliness. Ishiguro wants to impart the message that the industrial human mind has rendered emotions a commodity that can be bought and sold. Robots like Clara are charged with the task of making children happy. Parents who cannot afford their children's emotional needs they need can go and buy an AFA like Clara, Rose, and Rex from the store. Happiness and companionship are available on the market. But the question that Ishiguro seeks to raise is how can a man made machine, that is a robot, understand human emotions and cater for children's need? This goes for him against the human nature and against the human logic. Emotions become a business relation between producers and consumers in the global commodity market. In Clara and the Sun, children are presented as lonely and sad, and parents are somewhat neglectful of their parental duty. The strange thing is that AFA robots replace negligent parents who are busy with other things at the expense of their children's emotional welfare. How can robots play the role of parents? This is a distortion, as I have already said, of the natural course of life and a threat to parent-child relationship. Scientific knowledge in the fiction of Kazuo Ishiguro is blamed for creating an atmosphere of fear, loneliness, and chaos inside families and among children as weak human entities. Ishiguro laments the death of family bonds under the banner of scientific progress. Ishiguro is worried about the loss of the meaning of such priceless things as family and love. In his report of his interview with Kazuo Ishiguro, which was published in The Guardian in 2005, Adams mentioned Ishiguro's worry that precious things are threat. So human relationships are under threat. Human emotions are not for sale. They cannot be replaced by artificial ones. This is one of the key messages in the fiction of Kazuo Ishiguro. So to conclude, very quickly, please, in the three literary works that I have worked on, the frontiers between fiction, science are obscured, if not erased. The industrial autonomy of scientists is raped and dismantled by the capitalist culture. Ishiguro blames capitalism for depriving scientists of their freedom, buying their intelligence, and inciting them to deploy their intellectual abilities to turn everything in life into a commodity. Upbraiding the dystopian side of human intelligence is a recurrent topic in his fiction. He animadverts upon the power of this mind, which seeks to restructure and reshape nature for materialistic reasons. He hints at the idea that science as a power has been manipulated by industry oriented minds in a way that serves basically the interests of a bunch of capitalists and industrialists who think more about making profits out of science. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Hadari for delivering a truly enlightening and captivating presentation. He generously shared his expertise, providing us with valuable insights. Thank you once again, sir.
Yes, you're welcome. It's a great pleasure for me to be part of you and to participate in this international conference. I have learned a lot, actually.
I would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to all our esteemed keynote speakers, Dr. Joshi, Dr. Bashira Hishije, and Dr. Hadari. The insights and knowledge shared by them have truly illuminated our discussion on recent trends in postmodernism. Their expertise, passion, and dedication to their respective fields have enriched our conference and provided us with a comprehensive understanding of the complexities within postmodern thought. Each speaker has brought a unique perspective, contributing to the diversity of ideas that make events like these so intellectually rewarding. Let us express our collective gratitude with a big round of applause for them. Thank you once again.
Uh, Dr. Sudhir,
Yes, Dr. Saab. So I think it's session is over now. Hello.
yes, you're audible, sir. You're audible.
Let me tell it that this session is over now. So we will be reassembled when?
See, as per the schedule, we are going to start the technical session at 2. But before that, I would like to announce that we have valedictory session at 16:30, I think.
Yes,
And then
42.
we have vote of thanks
16:30.
at 17 hours. So I would request all to join at 16:30 for panel discussion, for valedictory session, panel discussion, and the feedback session as well. At 16:30 hours, 4:30 p.m.
Okay, thanks. So let us, in this way, with the nice presentation from Morocco, Burundi, and from University of Allahabad. So our session here concludes, and we found the speakers very knowledgeable and informative. Their input was really, well received by the, all the participants all around the globe connected with us. So
Yeah,
thank you
definitely.
all. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
And I would also like the organizing secretary, Dr. Raman Jaswal, as well, to extend vote of thanks to our speakers, uh, Professor Prakash Joshi, Professor Leon Bashirasize, and Dr. Al Hadari as well. So over to Dr. Raman Jaswal, our organizing secretary.
Thank you, Professor Sanjay. I deem it an honor for me to propose vote of thanks to uh, worthy professor from Allahabad University, Professor Joshi, and two eminent resource persons from Burundi and Nigeria, Dr. Leon and Dr. El Hadari. It was really an
Sorry to interrupt. Dr. Al Adari is from Morocco.
okay
Morocco, Morocco.
from Morocco, Dr. El Hadari. It was really an honor for all of us to have the people like them, uh, so much learned, so much scholarly people with us. So it was really a pleasure listening to their talk. Thank you from the core of my heart on behalf of the organizing committee. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and also I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of myself as well as on behalf of the Achievers Foundation as well to Professor Prakash Joshi. The moment I contacted Sir, he gave his consent in no time, Dr. Raman, and then Leon Basiras is also in no time, as well as Dr. Hadari as well. So I'm really indebted to all of them for providing the kind consent to accept our invitation to be the keynote speaker of this second international conference. And I expect the same kind or the similar kind of support and cooperation in future as well.
Yes, this
Thank
is
you,
the
sir.
golden opportunity to,
Yeah, definitely.
unite together, and we hope that the
Yeah.
Achievers Foundation and in the partnership of LNJH, uh, Government Girls College, and Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, we shall be able to create many more such knowledgeable sessions in coming days.
Professor
So,
Singh, Professor Singh, Professor Pandey, and everyone, the entire foundation team. I'm really grateful to all of you, and I really, I mean, I was listening to all the keynote speeches yesterday and today also from Burundi and from Morocco. Um, Everyone has, all the speakers have put in a lot of effort in preparing their keynote speeches. And I hope and I pray, sincerely pray, that this foundation grows and achieves great heights. I do believe it will do with this kind of committed team. It certainly will. Thank
we are humbled, sir. We
Thank
are
you, sir.
humbled and really humbled and grateful.
you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your valuable time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. So we'll meet at 2. We'll meet at 2. So, Vishnu, we can end this session at present and let us meet at 2 o'clock, right?
Okay, okay.
As we break for lunch, please be informed that we will convene the technical sessions at 2 p.m. sharp. We have an exciting lineup of presentations ahead, so we look forward to your active participation in the upcoming technical sessions. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Paul
Yeah.
Jacob, sir.
Yes, madam. Shall we?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, madam.
The moderator, Mr. Paul Jacob.
Yeah, madam, am I audible? Hello.
I think he's talking to somebody on the phone.
No, actually.
So we have
respected Daisy Mama, ma'am, am I audible? You are
8
audible?
presenters in this session.
Yes, madam. Yes, sir.
Kavila ma'am, am I audible?
Yes. Yes, sir. Sure. You are audible.
But actually, I am not audible for the chair, I think.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Respected chair.
madam.
Maybe technical glitch.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Yes,
Yeah.
madam. Yes.
Okay.
May I ask one thing, please?
Yes, please.
I think session 3:30. Should I join this session also?
No, you did not. I mean,
But
if you want to listen to it, it's okay. Otherwise, it's not mandatory for you to join this technical session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Dr.
I think I have co-chair moderator Paul Jacob, sir.
Yeah, I am here. I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Loud and
Okay,
clear.
thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
So
you.
we have, I think, 8 presenters in this session.
Yeah, in
Doctor-
the list.
Yes.
Yeah, there are 8.
Dr.
8
Kapila,
participants.
then Raj Kumari, PhD research scholar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we have Dr. Gitanjali Thapar. Are you doing a collective paper?
Yes, ma'am.
So would you be presenting, or Dr. Gitanjali would be joining?
I am presenting.
You are presenting. Okay. Then we have Athi Sakti. All right. Puneet Prem Kanwar. And Sakshi Kanwar. Dr. Sushma Pandey. Mr. Paul, I think we don't have, not all people have joined, have they? Do you have the list with you, sir?
Yeah, I have the list with me. The same list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same list, right? Dr. Sushma Pandey, Dr. Dharampada Jeena, Dr. Neelima Dubey. I think we only have, 3 presenters here today? Is it 2 at your end? Shall we start the session?
Okay, ma'am, we shall start because time is already.
We can start. All right. So the first presenter is Dr. Kapila Vishwasromahisan. And the title of your paper is Postmodern Feminism, ma'am, right?
Yes, madam.
All right. All the best, and you can start, please. Thank you.
Okay, madam.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, good afternoon and pleasant afternoon to one and all present over here on this virtual platform. My topic of the research paper is Postmodern Formalism. I am assistant professor working in Department of English from Shivaji College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Akola. The topic is very amusing and thought-provoking because when we talk about the postmodern feminism is like we are fighting for our equality, liberty and independence in this male-dominating society. Right, madam? because the postmodernism witnessed remarkable changes in the premises and the discourses of family life. Being deprived of equal rights, we are existing and we are living in this male dominating society. Daughters, wives, girls are considered less important than the sons and the female ones. These are some of the cases of depriving of human rights. Exploitation of women is being done everywhere. We are being exploited on the basis of caste, even class, and we don't find gender equity. Even when we are working in corporate sector, we still are becoming the victim each and everywhere. And from literary point of view, when we are talking about the feminism and from Indian literature perspective, the novelists like Anita Desai, Geeta Hariharan, Chitra Banerjee, Arundhati Roy, Kamla Das, Kiran Desai, Manju Kapoor, and many more female writers have tried to raise their voice against injustice being done towards them, because most of these female writers have used novel as a tool, as the medium to express their views, opinions against this male dominating society. And this we find joint family system. In the joint family system also, we are being found out that woman is being suppressed to raise their voice. She's struggling for her own identity. That is, she wants to struggle at each and every aspect of life. Awareness, at the same time, she is creating her own awareness in this society. With this, she has to shoulder her with the men working with her. And in the reality, gender equality is also being found over here. For laws and legislations are concerned, her participation in the policy and the decision making process is also like insufficient, and still we have the few opportunities to realize their woman own potential. Each and every time she has to prove her own potential to show herself, right sir? Then in India, particularly when we are talking about India and Indian traditional system, we believe in the traditional values, customs. She is bound, and we find social taboos everywhere. Indian society is organized around the gender bias and gives more importance and space to the male dominance. It just begins from the birth of the baby, because girl is treated inferior than boys, right? It mostly begins from the marriage, the bride incorporation into the family. Always men is being trained and taught the lifestyle rather than women. And in spite of doing all these efforts, still she is being treated as inferior in the society. Then the opinion is that to remain like silence, that long silence. Have you might be knowing this novel by Sashi Deshpande, That Long Silence, right? Silence is the cause of this injustice being done with her. Most of the female writers in India have advocated feminism. This is the reason that's why they have advocated feminism, to raise their voice in their works, in dramas, poems, novels. In fact, they physically presented the clash of tradition and modernity. The scenario is like that they are fighting with these two contradictory terms, traditional woman and a modern woman. Nowadays, we find that a modern woman is quite bold, dashing, she's educated, qualified, and whatever she is doing for the sake of the family and the society itself. She has to prove herself academically and physically also. In fact, the literary outputs like novels, dramas reveal an idea of feminist struggle. Struggle is the essence of women's life. Without struggle, she can't attain equal status in the society. One of the critics said that our closed society is considered it obscene for a woman. As we know, Kamla Das, My Story. In Kamla Das, My Story, she has revealed her own story freely and frankly, openly. She has narrated her own bitter experiences with the readers, right? The opinion is that to overwhelm the matter of silence for cultural construction. While surviving, while existing in the society, she has to accept tradition, custom, culture, and civilization of the country, society, community as well. All the feminine writers to their novels bring out the significant new things with new perspective, with new vision. The change, the flexible phenomena of cultural circumstances is being found over here, because it is always being treated like that. The man is the legal head of the family in the patriarchal system, but now the scenario, the panorama has been changed. Woman is being given equal position in the family also. Thus, the first foundational achievement of the feminism world is over. The first step to fight against this male dominating society was like in literary output, that the woman was taking active, and today itself is taking active participation in creative writing. Creative writing has become the weapon in their hands, and with these creative writings, they are trying to share their views, their joy, their sorrows in each and every aspect. It is from her pen. It is being said that pen is mightier than the sword. The pen, that narrative about her are being exposed through feminine. All the female novelists, all the female women novelists are trying to raise their voice, and the echoes, the sound, the injustice, the echoes are reaching to all the women in India. And the result is that in the large corpus of writing, defining existing life and ideas from their own perspective. What did female novelists did? They tried to express their own perspectives in a new way. And what is remarkable about Indian women is that they have expressed themselves largely in poetry and fiction. Drama has also been an explored territory for them, but still they feel more comfortable in either meditating in poetry or creating the large spaces for themselves in fiction. These fictional narratives, they are totally based upon the personal experience. They are totally personal, subjective rather than objective. The depth, whatever they had expressed, they had tried to expose the depth of the life, and the element of truth is being upheld while writing in their literary works. Because nowadays in the 21st century, the women are an integral part of human civilization. No society, no country, no community can ever go ahead, neither progress nor will progress without an active participation of women in its overall development. Although the place of the women in the society has differed from culture to culture, from age to age, from century to century, almost this has been like she will consider the equal status like man. Now, for this, in order to attain equity, in order to work with the man, her status depends on the simple biological factor. Though biologically she is a female, she has the sexual organs different from men. She is the bearer of children. Okay, in the earlier period she was being considered as a toy to bear the children, but nowadays she is, though biologically differed, but she is also the caretaker of the family. She upholds the responsibility of the family, and thus her sphere is usually restricted, and was earlier being restricted to a familial roles, but now she has completely liberated herself and emancipated from all the boundaries, and she is freely flying in the sky. Now, the conclusion of my paper is like, first, the wives, the ladies, the daughters submit always, they surrender themselves in front of the male counterpart. Daughters used to listen to the fathers, even the wives used to stoop before the husband, but now they are not doing so. They are trying to establish the new identity before them. This is like in the Bible. At various places, the superiority of over man is always stressed. Adam is shown as master who gives to all the best on animals and also gave name to his wife, calls her Eve. In the biblical myth, man has been the master and he rules. Okay. And now with this, I conclude my research paper that most Indian novelists in the English raise their concern associated in nursing unambiguous means for the loss of human, ethical, religious, with the insight of remorselessness, and they tell in the novels, however, the religious omission and emptiness that existed through the shift section in the ancient societies. The concept of self identity is associated with psychoanalytical process. First of all, psychologically, she has to present herself as a human being before the society. Literature. Now I'm talking about literature and considering the background of literature, which has become the weapon, and the fiction is the strong weapon in the hands of the feminine writers. Literature by the women about the families, about the society, about the culture, about the country, about the social taboos, always has these larger considerations with the use of studying text, and it becomes the second nature to look beneath the surface at social, economical forces, gender relationships, and in political sector, corporate sector, they are played out in an arena that in my writing research paper happens to be the home. But then all sort of things happening outside, these things do affect what women is struggling inside in the family, means at home. Internally she has to struggle in home, outside she has to struggle with the community, everywhere she has to struggle a lot. So it should not be like that long silence. Now it is not the time to suppress ourselves, our wishes. We should not suppress ourselves. Being a woman, we have to express yourself, then and then only we can attain a good position and we can become a good human being in the society, and we can achieve that good position at each and every level. This was my short presentation, sir.
Dr. Kapila,
Yes, madam.
congratulations.
Thank
You read
you.
mm, a very wide paper with a lot
Thank you,
of
madam.
underlying theories. I
Yes.
would like to open the house for a question or a discussion with your fellow participant if anybody wants to ask something. Any
Yes, sure,
observation?
ma'am. Yes, madam, sure. If anyone, please feel free to ask me the questions.
You know, it's good that at such junctures we communicate with each other.
Yes,
As
madam.
such, it's online mode, so there is a lot of
Yes.
distance. So if anybody has a question, no. Madam,
Yes.
ma'am, when you were talking about, I think the paper title is Postmodern
Modern
Feminism.
feminism. Yes.
So you did speak about the difference between traditional and modern women. So what
Yes.
about the postmodern women? That is one thing.
Postmodern
And
women.
yes, ma'am,
Yes,
please.
madam.
Hmm?
Postmodern women are far from traditional women. Yes, madam. But when we are talking about fiction, postmodern fiction, postmodern feminism is totally different from pre-modernism. It is a new version now. The
Okay.
scenario, the scenario has been changed. We find drastic change in postmodern feminism, madam.
Okay.
And
Can you have you read some theories by the contemporary postmodern feminist? And
theories,
if you
madam.
have done it, very nice. Otherwise, you can look into it also. And you were
Okay.
very vocal when you said that feminist literature is totally personal. So,
Yes.
I have a query here in my mind,
Okay.
that is it only personal? That is one
Most
thing
of
I
the,
would like,
yeah, and
because
most
you
of the,
actually, with a lot of stress, you said it is totally personal. It's a very strong statement.
yes, but most of the time I have seen and I've read that most of the time novelists have given their personal experience. They have shared it personally, like
Hmm.
Kamla Das in My
Hmm.
Story, the
Hmm.
autobiographical novel. Even Manju Kapoor in a novel, she spoke about a personal life. Her personal struggle has been depicted in the novels, madam. And very
Okay,
few
so that
novels give the,
personal,
yes,
okay, madam, is that personal a kind of a reflection of the collective
yeah, yes, ma'am,
feminist
sure,
consciousness? I think that is
yes,
one thing. And then, ma'am, you have given a reference, a biblical reference,
okay,
right? So, do
yes,
we have some kind of a contradictory theory in the Indian aesthetic system? Is one thing I would like you to explore. You can look
okay,
into that, because
okay,
I think
madam,
we were mainly talking about postmodern Indian feminism. So we
yes,
have a reference from the Bible, but what
yes,
is our stand? What is our own Indian aesthetic system talks about? You can look into it. And also, ma'am, at one point you spoke that biology is a governing factor. So, as a
yes,
researcher, I think now with so much of work being done, so the distinction between female, feminist, and feminine, these are three things which we
yes,
need to look into.
yes,
Otherwise,
madam,
well done paper. Congratulations,
okay,
ma'am. These are some
okay,
suggestions, observations. You
okay,
can take
okay.
it further.
Madam, one more.
Congratulations.
Thank you, madam.
Yes,
Madam, one more thing. God of Small Things, right? By Arundhati Roy.
yes, yes,
It's
yes.
it's a complete objective novel, madam.
It is
When
that. That's why
yeah,
I.
yeah,
That's why
God
I
of
said
Small
that.
Things. Yeah,
That's
Arundhati
why I
Roy.
said that.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Brilliant. Frankly, she has explored herself in that novel,
Yeah,
right?
but
So
then
everything is
again.
like God of Small Things, right?
Exactly.
Yes,
That's what I meant when you said that it is totally personal. And of course,
yes,
now we say personal is political also. So these
yes,
are
yeah.
two things
Nowadays,
you can,
yes.
yes.
The
All
current
right.
political scenario is showing that, so madam.
Yes. All right, Dr. Kapila.
Okay, thank
Nice
you,
listening to
madam.
you. All the
Thank
best.
you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
madam. Thank you. We love to listen you, madam, in future.
Yeah, sure, sure. Likewise, likewise.
Okay, okay.
So the next presenter is Raj Kumari, PhD research scholar with Dr. Gitanjali Thapar. Raj, are you there?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes. So you are talking about Rabindranath Tagore's The King and the Queen postmodern feminist critique, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All the best, my dear.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. Respected chair, the topic of my presentation is entitled Rabindranath Tagore's The King and the Queen, a Postmodern Feminist Critique. I will start with the abstract. One half of the human race is still struggling for full human status even in this 21st century. Women have been subjected to patriarchal oppression for centuries the world over. Feminism began as an approach to restore equal human status for men and women in the society in which they live, irrespective of their caste, class, and gender. Postmodern feminism, an offshoot within the feminism, equally challenges the notion of gender, which accord different status to men and women in the society. It believes that gender is not determined by biology, but rather by culture and society. It examines the ways in which our personal identity is framed by our culture's definitions of what it means to be a man or a woman. Beauvoir aptly remarks in this context that one is not born, but rather becomes a woman. Tagore's play, The King and the Queen, presents similar strengths within a patriarchal setup. The present paper will attempt to analyze the play from the postmodern feminist point of view to decipher the traditional stereotypes of gender roles and highlight the streaks of resistance and triumph of self-assertion on the new woman. The play presents the patriarchal ideology embedded in Indian social structure. The paper will attempt to critique the correlation between patriarchal ideology and subjugation of women from the postmodern feministic perspectives. Tagore, the great Indian literary has for years, unquote. And to his inquisitiveness about Tagore's life, each receives a reply from an Indian traveler. I quote, I read Rabindranath Tagore every day. To read one line of his is to forget all troubles of the world. All the expressions of mankind are in his hymns. He is the first among our saints who has not refused to live but has spoken out of life itself. And that is why we give him our love, unquote. An acute consciousness of his place in history and in the heart of his people seems to be a trait marking out Tagore from other authors. Tagore, the myriad minded man, was a poet, dramatist, actor, producer, musician, painter, educationist, practical idealist, social reformer, philosopher, novelist, a short story writer, and also a critic of life and literature. His fecundity and vitality were amazing. His active career extended over a period of 65 years. Themes in his creative writings transcend the boundaries of nations and have universal approach. In his humanitarian approach, Tagore believes in progress and prosperity of humanity as a whole. He feels the undeniable presence of women in society and their significant roles. He genuinely portrayed the condition of women concerning the socio-political milieu of his time and fought for the cause of their empowerment, thus represented the concept of new woman who proved indomitable in her strength as compared to the male characters of his creative writings. He understood women in all their joy and sorrow, hope and despair, their yearnings and their dreams. He brought out the pathos of woman caused by complex mechanisms of patriarchal ideology. His women characters present the rare quality of courage, piety, obedience, love, devotion, defiance, temerity, resistance, and self-assertion. Though Tagore lived decades ago of the uprisings of feminist theory, but he is a feminist in true sense in the portrayal of the emerging new woman. Feminism's emergence as a genre in the 1960s out of the women's movement, I quote, was not, of course, the start of feminism. Rather, it was a renewal of an old tradition of thought and action already possessing its classic books which had diagnosed the problem of women's inequality in the society and in some cases proposed solution, unquote. Postmodern feminism is a branch of feminism which emerged in feminist theory in the last few decades. It is an amalgamation of postmodern and feminist theory. Postmodern feminists intend to identify feminist perspective of society and aim to examine the way social world affects women. They analyze the role played by power and knowledge relationships in shaping women's perception of social world and women representation in literature, and devise the ways in which social worlds can be changed. Helen Sixu, Luce Irigaray, and Julia Kristeva are the prominent postmodern writers who propounded the concepts of acreture feminine, symbolic and semiotic language in the sphere of postmodern feminist criticism. They emphasize the importance of social and political factors in understanding gender. Conflict between orthodox patriarchal ideology and feminist ideology is the theme of Tagore's play, The King and the Queen, which is a tragedy in two acts. In the play, I quote, the defiance of Queen Sumitra aimed at rescuing the nation from the orthodox king's negligence, unquote. The play highlights the fact that women are victims of patriarchal setup. They have been subjugated to insult and oppression under patriarchal politics for a very long time. Patriarchal society expects them to be silent, obedient, sacrificing, and ready to surrender till the last moment of their life. Behavior other than this is unacceptable to male chauvinists, and women defense is looked up as an act of punishable offense. King Vikram is an uxorious king who constantly neglects his obligation towards his kingdom and gets indulged in masculine pleasure throughout the play. Masculine pleasure is one of the traits of patriarchal society in which, I quote, men are naturally rational, strong, protective, and decisive, and where smoking, drinking, fighting, enjoying, etc. are traditional masculine pleasure, unquote. Indulgence in senses and possession of woman's body are associated with male power and privilege, which too are means of masculine pleasure. Corruption and hunger were rampant in the kingdom of King Bikram, and the land is being ruined by famine and foreigner parasites. Queen Sumitra's relatives, who came there at the time of the king and the queen's marriage, settled there, took possession of important posts in the kingdom through treacherous means, and become instrumental in exploiting the innocent subjects of the kingdom. King Bikram, strongly infatuated by the queen's physical beauty, desperately wants, I quote, the eager embrace of queen's love, unquote. Instead of attending the grave and immediate matters of his kingdom, the king always gets lost in the reverie of love and does not tolerate delay on behalf of the queen. Knowing that the queen's delay in coming to him is due to her occupation in household services, King Bikram carelessly asked the queen, I quote, leave the house and its service alone. My heart cannot spare you for my world. I am jealous of its claims. The state and its matter can wait, but sweet leisure comes rarely. No more words, queen. The birds' nests are silent with love. Let lips keep guard upon lips and allow not words to clamor, unquote. King's excessive and uncontrollable longing for the pleasure of flesh is indicative of patriarchal ideology, which treats women only as an object of sex and object of possession, easily available on male's command. I quote, traditional gender roles define women as naturally emotional, which in a patriarchy usually means irrational, weak, nurturing, and submissive. The unquote. The king seems least concerned about the consent of the queen. Considering the urgency of state affairs, the queen refuses to the king's demand, which provokes the king's hitherto latent male ego. He calls the queen cruel woman and proud woman, which reflect his male chauvinistic attitude, shallowness, and pretense of his love claims. The queen left secretly to seek help from her brother at Kashmir in order to save her people, but the king could not believe on it. For him, I quote, man's unquote, he is sure that a lady cannot violate the norms decided by man. Tagore severely critiques the patriarchal ideology where, I quote, woman's sexuality symbolizes manhood. Its desecration is a matter of such shame and dishonor that it has to be avenged, unquote. King Bikram takes the queen's refusal of his desire and her act of seeking help from her brother as an insult. He wages war against the kingdom of Kashmir. He wages the war against the kingdom of Kashmir, and the queen, where the queen only wants to save the honor of her father's kingdom as well as her own people from the praying eyes of the foreigner rulers of her kingdom. But the king take it as an insult. In his revenge, the king routed Kumar Singh's army, I quote, killed soldiers who have done no harm, unquote. He does all this bloodshed just to oppress the queen's temerity. Though Kumar Singh has already defeated in this unreasonable fight, he is hiding for his life. Yet King Bikram is not ready to suspend the fight. Fight is one of the traditional masculine pleasure, and King Bikram's very attitude epitomizes this trait of patriarchy, where males fight not due to compulsion of the situation or protective purpose, but for enjoyment and assertion of their ego, becoming completely insensitive to fatal repercussions. King Bikram clearly states the purpose of his war. I quote, to rob was not my purpose, but to restore my honor. The head that bears the crown cannot be an insult, unquote. He further asserts that war is for man and for his pleasure only. It is not an affair of discussion with a woman. I quote, Being a man, you ought to know that when once a war is started, rightly or wrongly, it is our men's pride that must carry it on to the end, unquote. Tagore represents Amaru, the chief of Trichur Hills, as one of the mouthpiece of conventional patriarchal ideology, where daughters are treated not as a being of flesh and blood, with their own likes, dislikes, feelings, aspiration, and desire, but only an object of their patrilineal privileges and manipulation. Amaru offers his daughter Ila to the king as a scapegoat to save his status as it is. I quote, he says, I am the chief of Trichur. You are the king of many kings, and I am your servant. I have a daughter whose name is Ila. She is young and comely. She is worthy to be your spouse. She is waiting outside, permit making, and I shall send her to you as the best greetings of this land of flowers. Unquote. Tagore exposes the shallowness of King's love and puts forward his hypocritical self by confronting him to Ila, the beautiful daughter of Trichu's chief Amaru and beloved of Kumar Sen. It is Ila's true love which awakens the king from his centuries old of slumber of male chauvinism. Through her unconditional and committed love, Ila makes the king to realize the true meaning of love. Ila's tenacity and devotion to her lover.
I'm sorry to intervene, ma'am. I'm sorry to intervene. Can you please conclude it in 2-3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Tagore was a progressive thinker who believed in progress and prosperity of humanity as a whole. He was a feminist in true sense who explores with a cruel scrapple gender relation in Hindu society, in particular in conjugal life. He seems to be the champion of the emancipation of women like Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. In the portrayal of Sumitra, I quote, Tagore represents responsible and sensual queen, equally cautious towards the call of love and demands of society. She presents Tagore's ideal of modern and dynamic woman, unquote. She is the very image of Tagore's new woman who comes out of the gender stereotypes of meekness, submissiveness, and controlled one to be a bold, defiant, self-assertive, and controller one of her life. Sumitra, the queen, she loves king deeply, but she does not want to dwindle into mere mistress and wife, thus making the king negligent of his duties towards his kingdom, who always longs for queen's company. Queen Sumitra requests the king repeatedly throughout the play to attend his duties and responsibilities as a king. Tagore presents Mitra as an epitome of humanity. Her love and compassion are equally pervasive for the king and the people of her kingdom. I quote, you are my king, my husband, and I am content to follow your steps. Do not shame me by putting me before your kingship. I feel ashamed to share alone your heart, which is for all men. Hate me, king, hate me, forget me. I shall bear it bravely, but do not wreck your manhood against a woman's chance. On Queen Sumitra, sorry for the interruption. Queen Sumitra stakes her life at last due to the inability of the king, who is not able to reconcile with her dynamic views, and that is the tragic end of the queen. To conclude, Tagore, in his progressive and feminist outlook, is an inclusive writer who wrote not just for one race but to unite all human races. He is of the opinion, I quote, man is not to fight with other human races, other human individuals, but his work is to bring about reconciliation and peace and to restore the bonds of friendship and love. We are not like fighting beasts. It is the life of self which is predominating in our life. The self which is creating the seclusion, giving rise to suffering, to jealousy and hatred, to political and commercial competition. All these illusions will vanish if we go down the heart of the shrine to love and unity of all races. Through his play, The King and the Queen, he demonstrates the same strains of humanity for the equality of men and women in the society. Tagore recognizes the tragic condition of the women in the feudal backwardness of the society. He feels that patriarchal society is not liberal in acknowledging its women segment any right. He rushes into Indian ethos and classics in search of theme and character, fits them into dramatic framework, and presents before us to revise our opinion about women Sumitra is an historical character who is defined in resisting the unworthy desire of the king, sensible and bold enough to break the patriarchal stereotypes and embracing the true role of a queen, the savior of her subjects, by rising above herself for the welfare of her people. Putting down her life for the sake of her subjects makes her eternally heroic for all women and feminists. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajkumari. It was a well written paper, and of course, Dr. Gitanjali Thapar, if she's there. I would like to open the house for any question, observation. You want to exchange something with the participant?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, as you said, postmodern feminism is amalgamation of postmodernism with feminism. So, can we say it microfeminism, or is it justified to call it microfeminism, the third wave feminism?
Yes, yes, it resembles to that, but
And I would like to, I have certain queries. I would like to resolve it with the discussion here. Daisy ma'am is also here, Kapila ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I have a confusion that if third wave feminism is a postmodern feminism,
Yes.
and it is said that we are now dwelling in the age when fourth wave is already come, then how can we differentiate third and fourth wave of feminism?
Anybody would like to speak to Mr. Midhavi? Raj, do you want to speak to him? You know, the actual concept of having conferences is to engage in some
Yes.
deliberations where we are able to, share and get some new ideas coming. So, anybody would like to speak to Mr. Midhavi on this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As you said, it's like micro, right? Microfeminism. Your observation is meticulous, sir. Really, I appreciate your observation. As Garg ma'am said, that there is one like amalgamation we find over here, right? And in that sense, she has expressed her views through her paper. She has beautifully expressed lines of Rabindranath Tagore's and all his perspectives. But sir, your question is, I haven't understand till yet that what you exactly wants to ask, sir. Sir, please repeat your question.
Ma'am, I basically want to understand what is the differences between the third and fourth wave of feminism, because these both are
Okay.
postmodern trends.
The fourth
Okay.
wave
Okay.
is
Okay. Mr. Madhavi,
exactly
when we
the
talk about
postmodernism, and the thought which we had already thought in past. This is
Yes,
the
ma'am.
difference between.
From
See, when
90s to
we talk about
2010 or 12.
Mr. Madhavi, when we talk about feminism, there are two things which I could understand from this presentation, where Rajkumari has spoken about the Indian ethos, in which you
Yes,
see
Yes,
ma'am.
women as already empowered beings. When we talk about
yes,
the first wave, second wave, third wave
yes,
feminism,
yes,
we are
Hmm.
taking the Western
exactly.
perspective there, right?
Western
So
perspective. Yes,
it
ma'am.
started
Right, ma'am.
from radical to liberal to a point where you say fourth wave of feminism, where there is a kind of a addition. You have eco-critical feminism, you have Marxist feminism. So it is evolving every day. Your question was that what is the difference? Feminism is also something, as a theory we see, it is in a constant state of growth, because when it started radical
Certainly, ma'am.
feminism, there was division in the society, right? And then to liberal feminism, then to a point where we now talk about the celebration of difference, that a male is different, a female is different, and it is celebrated. So this paper particularly, which shows the princess, the queen, as a able, just person is a reflection of the Indian classical ethos, where we see women as, if we talk about Sati or we talk about Draupadi, we talk about Sita, it is totally a different perspective. That's what I understood. And this Rajkumari was talking about masculine pleasure. So when we talk about, let's say, the fourth wave of feminism, which came in existence with deconstruction, where we talk about the deconstruction of the binary, that is the masculine and the feminine. So it is a kind of a consistent process which is going on. And I think it has given us some good insights to, probe into newer research avenues. Is that, does that make any sense? We can think about it, right?
Yes, sure, man. This ecofeminism.
Yeah, right. So, well done, Raj Kumari. All the best for your future. And
thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very
thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next participant is Arthi Sakhi. A very wonderful name. Arthi Sakti. Arthi, what does your name mean, my dear? You need to unmute your mic. Unmute your mic, please. You need to unmute your mic. We can't hear you. Mr. Jacob, are you able to hear her?
No, ma'am. She's not audible.
Can we just type a message to her that she needs to unmute her mic? Can we do that?
Actually, her mic is not in mute. She has already unmuted, but her voice is not audible. Adi, am I audible? Hello.
So you're audible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there are some network glitches. That's why you are speaking, but your voice is not visible to us.
Maybe we all mute our mics and maybe we are able to hear to her then. Can we do that, all of us?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible now?
My dear, you are.
Yes, you are audible.
So, ma'am, you were asking about the meaning of my name. So,
yeah.
Adi means beginning and Shakti means power.
Wonderful. You please start.
Okay. So, my topic was portrait.
You're not audible. You're not audible. You either your signal is bad, your connection has some issue, my dear.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
So, my topic is gender role conflict and strain in people's lives, portrayed through the tool of black humor in the play Absurd Person Singular by the playwright Alan Ayckbourn. So, Alan Ayckbourn is recognized as one of the most popular and versatile contemporary playwrights of British literature. His writing is characterized by sharp wit, class conflicts, gender dynamics, marital dysfunction, and fears and insecurities of the English middle class. Ayckbourn is adept at seamlessly combining elements of humor and pathos. His plays have been famously called comedy of embarrassment, as the laughter his plays evoke dies as early as on the lips of the spectators and readers when the darker implications dawn on them. Absurd Person Singular is one such work of Ayckbourn where he deftly uses black humor to convey the gender issues prevalent among the middle class English people of the 1970s. So this play it doesn't have a solid plot as such. It deals with the interactions among three on-stage couples, Sydney and Jane, Geoffrey and Eva, and Ronald and Miriam, and one off-screen couple, Dick and Lottie, over the period of 3 consecutive Christmas parties. So, gender issues are deep rooted in the society and it never loses its social relevance. The discussions pertaining to gender have evolved over the years. Innumerable works across literature have explored the perils of gender discrimination. Most of the works have taken a fierce, impassionate take on the issue. Only very few works have used literary devices like black humor and irony to call attention to the agonizing repercussions of gender roles and stereotypes. Black humor is one of the most important tools of postmodern writers, and it is employed to address sensitive and taboo subjects with a flavor of comedy. By approaching through black humor, authors can provoke thought and discussions while also coping with the discomfort and complexity of the issues. By creating Okay, gender and gender roles. Gender is not an inherent identity. On the other hand, based on social norms, gender is performed over and over again and also reinforced by it. Uh, Gender roles or social expectations regarding how individuals should behave, think, and interact based on their assigned or perceived gender. Gender is performative and cannot be taken as a stable identity. It is liable to lots of changes. Traditionally, gender roles have been based on a binary concept of gender with stereotypical expectations for men and women. These gender roles perpetuate gender stereotypes and prejudices, which can lead to gender discrimination and unequal treatment for individuals who do not conform to traditional gender norms. So, some instances of how gender discrimination and power dynamics are exhibited through the characters of the play. So, first, the couple Sydney and Jane. The first Christmas party of the play happens at the house of Sydney and Jane. Jane is so extremely anxious about presenting herself well before the guests. She confesses herself several times in the play that if not for her husband's insistence, she would never be interested to partake in such parties. Sydney is primarily organizing the party to receive his guest Ronald and his wife Mariam, and who, given he is a very ambitious male who wants to climb the social and economic ladder. Given the fact that Ronald is a successful banker, he wants to completely attract him and procure a loan for his business pursuits. So he sees him as a valuable asset. So though Jane tries her level best to help out her husband, her socially conscious nature keeps getting in the way. So when Ronald and Mariam arrive at their house, Jane can never bring in herself to meet them. So Sydney manhandles her by grabbing her by arm, jerking her through the door and forcing her to meet them. So all through their presence, she quivers with tension. So, and then again, he lashes out at her mercilessly for forgetting to get tonic water. So, Jane is overwhelmed and she's on the verge of tears. She determined to fix the situation by herself. So, she wears large men's boots, men's gardening raincoat, and plunges into the heavy rain and successfully secures the tonic water. But Sydney is only concerned about the fact that Jane couldn't be a perfect hostess, which is very much expected of her. Sydney's preoccupation with his ambitions out and out outweighs his consideration for his wife. He trivializes Jane's experiences and views her primarily in terms of how she can enhance his social image and expects complete submission. He is a male, so he is bound to be career ambitious, dominant, while Jane, being a female, is bound to be submissive, well versed in domestic chores, and obligated to be a perfect hostess. These are the gender roles assigned to them. When Jane fails to be a flawless hostess, she fails in the gender role imposed on her. Her courageous act of getting the tonic water goes unacknowledged because it falls under the conventions of male gender role and hence considered ungraceful. The next couple, Joffrey and Eva. Eva, wife of Joffrey, is a similar victim of gender stereotype. As early as in the first act, she confesses that she faces lots of mental issues. She also says that her husband Joffrey dictates and forces her to take so many medicines to prevent her from becoming a raving lunatic. That's how he describes her. So this reflects the power imbalance in their relationship where the male dominates, imposes his will, and she has to comply. He even calls her an embarrassing, I quote, embarrassing smudge on a marriage license. So next is objectification of women and emotional abuse. Joffrey objectifies Lottie, wife of his friend Dick, to his friends through his frequent sexual innuendos and gestures directed at her. Even though Sydney claims that she is a very intellectual woman and does a great job with her profession, Geoffrey disregards her intelligence and reduces her to a mere sexual object. Worst of all, when Ronald questions him about how his wife reacts to his affairs with other women, he haughtily replies that Eva doesn't have the right to bring it up as an issue because she lives in his house and hence has to live by his rules. So gender discrimination is at its zenith here. Geoffrey thinks it's his gender right to make lewd comments on women, have extramarital affairs, and expects his wife to be a mere silent spectator to all this. He also physically abused, not just emotionally, he physically abuses her. His actions contribute to Eva's growing sense of isolation, culminating in her attempting suicide in Act 2. So next is career pressure and emasculation of women. Men are also subjected to gender discrimination as women are. Society expects men to perform certain gender roles. For example, they are necessitated to be the chief breadwinners of the family and be professionally successful. So those who could not comply, they are pushed into a pit of depression. So just like the character Geoffrey in the third act. Sydney is ready to ride roughshod over ethics and honesty to mint money, whereas Geoffrey is staunch about professional ethics that dissuades him from indulging in illegal professions. So ethically, while men like Sydney face only the pressure of having lucrative career, whereas ethically upright men like Geoffrey face double pressure instigated by their gender roles as well as living up to their principles. So one more popular stereotype about men is that they're expected to be very good at fixing mechanical and electrical stuff. It is assumed that all men are very good at it. While Sydney is skillful at handling these fixings, another character, Ronald, falls very short of the expectations. When he was fumbling with the bulb fixing process, his own wife Mariam berates him. Ronald desperately tries to reason with her that he can handle it, but Mariam assertively claims that he cannot. This signifies emasculation of men by women and a clear example of men being victims of gender discrimination. Next, the concept of androgyny. The theory of androgyny is proposed by Sandra Ben. Sandra observed that the gender binary between male and female had become one of the basic organizational structures in society. This theory suggests that individuals can possess a combination of both masculine and feminine traits, regardless of their biological sex or gender identity. The theory challenges the traditional notion of strict male-female dichotomy, where men are expected to be only masculine and women are expected to be only feminine. Reality is that masculine and feminine lie at the opposite ends of the spectrum, and people can occupy any position on the spectrum. So most of the characters in the play Absurd Person Singular are androgynous. For instance, in Act 1 and Act 2, Eva comes across as a meek, submissive woman who is nothing more than a silent spectator to the infidelity, abuse, and domination of her husband. But in the last act, when Geoffrey comes up with financial crisis, she pitches in several business ideas to alleviate their economic turmoil. She proves to be a resilient woman and has an knack for business and capable of thriving under difficult situations. Eva may not be good at the roles her gender prescribes for her, like domestic chores or being a perfect hostess, but she has the ability to exert authority, capable of business flair, so which shows that she displays a blend of both stereotypically masculine and feminine traits. Another character, Sydney. Sydney is predominantly a dominant character, showing a high-handed attitude throughout the play towards his wife and also towards other characters. But he throws his assertive nature to the wind when it comes to materialistic gains. So he totally projects a submissive side to Ronald and thoroughly covers his aggressive nature. And also, one more example is when his other friends were passing lewd comments at women, he couldn't comprehend many of those comments. So, scrutinizing and passing comments on the opposite gender is more associated with men than women. So, even though these talks don't appeal Sydney, he's forced to fit in and play along. So, this again brings out his androgynous character. The final example is Mariam. Mariam is the wife of Ronald, and she has been a controlling and assertive lady in the first two acts. She flirts with other characters, and when her husband suffered an electric shock, she only focused on how how that would impact her party. Women are usually known to be tender and nurturing, but by treating her husband with sheer emotional neglect, Mariam turned the conventional gender roles on its head. She is fiercely dominating, occasionally flirtatious, and also emotionally abuses her husband as against the caring nature of women. In Act 3, she brings out a completely different nature in her. She becomes very dependent on her husband and continuously broods over her waning beauty. Brooding a lot about one's physical appearance is mostly associated as a feminine trait. So this proves that Mariam is an androgynous character, blurring the lines between masculine and feminine traits. Now, how the tool of black humor is used to bring out these sensitive topics. So some of the instances from the play are, so when that whole tonic water action sequence, the way Jane repeats the instructions that her husband gives her, the way she accidentally spills soda on the guests, and also while stepping out in the rain, she tries to protect her hairdo, and while returning, how flustered she was in men's attire. And in men's attire, she was thoroughly unrecognizable to the guests, and how she was emptying her welled boots. All surface. But
Sorry for intervention. Could you please wind up
okay,
within
sir.
1 minute? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Beneath this fine comment going on, and the harrowing themes of infidelity, objectification of women is presented to the readers in typical Ackburn style of black humor and irony. And also, the events in Act 2 are archetypal example of black humor. Eva makes several unsuccessful attempts to commit suicide, but other characters constantly thwart her attempts. The way they do that is so funny, and the readers can't help laughing aloud in this act. Joffrey is the one person who is aware of his wife's intentions, but he doesn't seem to bother much. Other characters are clueless about her intentions. This leads to several misunderstandings and subsequently becomes a source of great comedy. This humor is a facade to cover the very sensitive themes of suicide, gender discrimination, isolated and fragmented lives of the characters. So I conclude, in this play, Alan Ackburn strikes a perfect equilibrium between humor and darker themes. This balance allows him to delve into unsettling topics without overwhelming the audience and readers with despair. He uses black humor to convey gender issues without diminishing the seriousness and sensitivity the topic deserves. This approach enables the audience to both enjoy the comic elements of his play and also effectively engage with the underlying social commentary and complexities. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aarti. Well-written paper. Congratulations. And I think the discussion we were having earlier had some answers in this too. So I will not take much of the time. I'll open the house for discussion, and humble request to other participants, please stick to the time. Maybe 8 minutes of your presentation, 2 minutes of discussion. Laxity of time. So I open the house for discussion if there is anyone who wants to ask something. No? All right. So as you, a well-written paper where you spoke about what we were earlier discussing, deconstruction of the binary oppositions, one. And of course, one thing which it is a little, if you read the play Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, there is some kind of a similarity we find here in this play also. And of course, drama has more impact when it is enacted. So as you said, that with the use of humor, the underlying themes of existentialism, uncertainty, absurdity of life, and all other techniques are explored in the drama. So congratulations, well done. And the next presenter is Puneet Prem Kanwar. Do we have Puneet Prem Kanwar? No. Then is again Shashi Kanwar. Do we have Shashi Kanwar? No. Then do we have Dr. Sushma Pandey? Dr.
Yes,
Sushma
ma'am.
Pandey?
Yes,
You
I'm
please
here.
switch on your camera and you can start with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all of you. Here, my topic is posthumanism, a new trend in modern literature. So, posthumanism in the 21st century is a new mode of thinking about the intersecting human, non human, and technological worlds. It has become very important in the present era where there is ecological consciousness and environmental campaigns that call into question the role of humans in shaping the universe. The postmodern theorist Ihab Hassan coined this term in an article entitled Prometheus as Performer towards a post-humanist culture. Posthumanism rejects the concept that humans are above other life forms. Rather, it treats human as an assemblage, co-evolving with other forms of life, enmeshed with the environment and technology. Posthuman is actually an umbrella term. It is defined by different scholars, different school of thoughts in different ways. But in modern technological world, we will have to accept that there can be no essential difference between bodily existence and computer simulations, cybernetic mechanism and biological organism, robot technology and human goals. This kind of thinking is prompted by accelerated developments in technology, including artificial intelligence, artificial life, robotics, prosthetics, genetic manipulation, and bioengineering. It is also stimulated by an increased awareness of the importance of prevalence of non-human agency. In broader terms, posthumanism involves a rejection of what is sometimes called exceptionalism, which is the conviction that our own species is special and uniquely gifted with the privilege, gifted and privileged as the pinnacle of evolution. Posthumanists are of the view that humans can never be separated from machines and that the notion of humanness could not be produced without machine. They also think that humans are like other than human animals in their animality, but humans are not the same as any other animals, since no two animals are in fact alike. Posthumanists emphasize the idea that we live in this world with other animals, machines, and objects whose fate is bound together. We must refine our existence with this shared world, not as sovereigns, but as equals. Uh, Actually, my purpose in this paper is to discriminate posthumanism and transhumanism in the field of literature. Many times it has their misconception takes place. So, in this reference, I would like to refer to some writers and critics dominant in this field. Hayles is a figurehead in the development of posthumanism and technology. Originally, she discussed the development of embodied subjectivity in relation to evolving hardware and software to assault the fantasies of writers such as Hans Merovec, who imagined it would soon be possible to download human consciousness into machines. Since then, her work has developed to encompass literary studies alongside these two fields through textual analysis, which yield unique readings of literary consumption. Her work reveal that wider application of literary analysis can offer future understanding of our contemporary condition and track changing social trends through our relationship with different mediums of literature. Hayles has argued a point that has been little explored in 21st century post-humanist criticism, and that is the continued existence of the human within post-humanism. Quote, but the post-human does not really mean the end of humanity. It signals instead the end of a certain conception of the human, a conception that may have applied at best to that fraction of humanity who had the wealth, power, and leisure to conceptualize themselves as autonomous being experiencing autonomous beings experiencing their will through individual agency and choice. Posthumanism is not the end of human. It is a reinvention of humanity which recognizes its situatedness within a network of animals, other humans, and technology. The way posthumanism can be reflected on is a theorized focus on the ideological aspect that Haley suggests, but concerns itself with purely ideological implications and consequences of technological enhancement. At the other hand, the transhumanists are there, among whom Fukuyama is the head figure. I would like to show how Fukuyama, Mia, and Fuller's influential works attempt to marginalize decades of research conducted by post-humanist scholars for a less nuanced, idealistic, and potentially anthropocentric body of transhumanist work. Fukuyama's theory of posthumanism is based on his imagination of Aldous Huxley's transhumanist writings and his dystopian novel Brave New World. Fukuyama claimed that, quote, many of the technologies that Huxley envisioned, like in vitro fertilization, surrogate motherhood, psychotropic drugs, and genetic engineering for the manufacture of children, are already here or just over the horizon. But this revolution has only just begun. The daily avalanche of announcements of new breakthroughs in biomedical technology and achievements such as the completion of the Human Genome Project in the year 2000 portend much more serious changes to come. Unquote. Here, an effort has been made by Fukuyama to invite the fear among the readers that technology may soon rebel, or that may that by gaining greater knowledge of our genetics, humanity will become extinct. Yet, this narrow focus on technology prevails within post-humanists and a wider circle. From the standpoint of most posthumanist scholars, it is understood that Fukuyama's article was a politically motivated attack on posthumanism at the moment in his career when these ideas seemed threatening to public imagination. Uh, Posthumanism has been frequently
Hello,
misinterpreted.
hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Dr. Susma,
Huh, huh.
I am
Yes,
sorry
sir.
for interrupting you. We are running short of time, so will you please wind it up in 1 minute,
Okay, sir.
please? That will be a
Just
great favor
within
for us.
1 minute. Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Posthumanism has been frequently misinterpreted by prominent writers who view it as a technocratic discourse relating to the creation of post-human subject or humanity. This theorization attempts to be a conscientious investigation of the pragmatic drama implications that humanity faces in the 21st century in relation to the Haraway, Hales, and Bradotti. Fukuyama's direct attack created a situation where post-humanists had to politicize their work to respond to the inaccurate attack on the discipline. The result of Fukuyama's attack created the impression that posthumanism was technocratic, eclipsing the concerns of Haraway and Bradotti to the point where Mahab, who was sympathetic to the emerging posthumanities, also believed that it was a space to argue the benefits of adopting medical technologies. Fuller, the most recent of these writers, displayed little confidence in posthumanism, seeing it as a starting point from which transhumanism developed. He argues that posthumanism is based on seeking to transcend the human. In reality, this is not true. This is a strain of posthumanism that has become popularized through the reaction of Fukuyama's work and has subsequently seduced posthuman scholars with the impossible possibilities of a clean break from humanity. So in conclusion, I would like to say that a lot of work is needed in this field, so that the confusion may not be created. The confusion between post-human, techno-humans, and other branches like this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sushma Pandey. You know, this post-humanism, transhumanism is sometimes it sounds scary. Something like from Mary Shelley, who wrote the Frankenstein, to Wells to reach to a position. Nicely done presentation, ma'am. Congratulations. And as you said, a lot more work has to be done. So now I think we've reached a state of post-humanism already. So let's see where it takes us. Further from there, I'll open the house for a discussion, a brief discussion, please. Maybe 1 minute.
Ma'am, uh, ma'am, do you think our thought process in the orientation of post-anthropocentric or post-humanistic universe can lead us nowhere but in absolute chaos and confusion? Because if we replace man from the center of thinking, where we lead, where are we heading toward?
Dr. Sushma?
Yes, sir. You are quite true. Actually, as far my personal opinion is concerned, I do think so that if human feelings and human imagination will be deviated from human thoughts, it will create chaos in the world. And only thinking machine cannot be any substitute for human society. Humanism is must.
That is essential for us.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Sushma. So the next participant is Dr. Dharampada Jeena, who's going to talk on memory and multimodal subjectivity in You Don't Know What War Is. Over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. And I know that the paucity of time, so therefore I will keep my presentation as brief as possible. All right, the title of my paper is Memory and Multimodal Subjectivity in You Do Not Know What War Is. So, as we know that geopolitical conflicts between the nations are not new. Different countries confront such conflicts quite sometimes. The conflicts between Russia and Ukraine has been a complex and deeply troubling chapter in the contemporary geopolitics. Began in 2014, the conflict got escalated on 24 February 2022 when Russia annexed Crimea, leading to a protracted and manufactured conflict in Ukraine, basically the eastern Ukraine. And this conflict has caused thousands of civilians and military casualties. Shockingly, 8 million Ukrainians have been internally displaced, and more than 8.2 millions have fled the country by April 2023. This thus results in creating the Europe's largest refugee crisis since the Second World War. At the core of such incident lies the extensive human suffering, displacement, and trauma. And the text, particularly, You Do Not Know What War Is. This is by Eva Skelitska. So this poignantly voices the protagonist's journey through this war, Ukrainian and Russian war in general, and her personal subjective experiences, basically her fear, her trauma, her turmoil. The memoir captures it very vividly. And here I have used two different theoretical models. One is trauma theory to explore the trauma of Eva, the protagonist. And secondly, I also used the multimodal theory. And I think just one or two major points about the theory I will focus on. Basically, here in the trauma theory, I will be discussing how traumatic memory is different from ordinary memory. And basically, I'm using the theoretical perspectives of Ter, like Garoth, and as I quote, traumatic events are external, but they quickly become incorporated into the mind. So these events happen somewhere outside of your mind, but the moment you experience it, it becomes part of your memory. And the experiences of trauma badly affect the mental state of the victim. Such experiences are the wounds inflicted upon not upon the body, but upon the mind. So therefore, every traumatic incident, by far and largely, it is the subjective experience of the protagonist. So this is that the memory where memory comes to play with trauma victims, and I'm coming directly to the text. For example, the popular memoir of contemporary time, "You Do Not Know What War Is" by Eva, chronicles the harrowing and life-shattering experiences of Russian-Ukrainian war caused in 2014. Eva, as a witness, presents before us the first-hand experiences of the war minute by minute. She has gone through the traumatic situation, the explosions of bombs, the massive devastations, and a large scale displacement. She highlights the uniqueness and the veracity of her experience in the prologue. It reads, I quote, "Everyone knows the word war, but very few understand what it truly means. When you find you have to face it, you feel totally lost, whelmed by fright and despair. Until you have been there, you do not know what war is." Unquote. So to the text, very minute, in a very minute, very detailed way, presented Eva's traumatic experiences, basically the kind of experiences he had during the explosion, something happening very close to her apartment, and she was very terrified. And to express that, the text adopts multimodality as a tool for navigating the traumatic experiences of the character. So as if I define multimodality, it's an application of multiple modes within one medium. It can be defined as the use of more than one semiotic mode for the act of making meaning or communication. It uses forms of like verbal, nonverbal, and contextual communication. So according to Merriam-Webster dictionary, I quote from that, multimodality refers to the interplay between different representational modes, for instance, between images and written or spoken word. So in the text, multimodality is used in the text very vigorously. Various modes of communication and expression, such as the use of text, images, these are the two things being incorporated into the text. And the issue raised by here I have taken four different images of Eva and her friends and their WhatsApp conversation. And these conversations, these contain the charts between Eva and her friends, show how much they feared the sound of explosions. There were repetition of the expressions like "another explosion," "I'm scared." Such repetitions reveal much about their panic attacks and their traumatic blows. The charts also give the reader more insight into how individual experiences of war differ depending on viewpoint and location. So Eva also embedded several photographs to say the unsayable experiences of the war. And in this paper, I included 6 photographs, such photographs depicting the devastation that the war caused. Basically, the collapse of the flat where Eva was staying and the place where the explosion was taking place. These are the 8 photographs I have included. These photographs vividly record the devastation caused by the explosions. Particularly, these document the losses that Eva endured. Very painfully and shockingly, she pointed out the remains of her house after being hit by missiles. The photograph also threw light on her subjectivity, her emotional connection to her house and locality, the damage of which she grieved. This, in an authentic way, also helped the reader track Eva and her grandmother's journey from mere happiness to utter helplessness. It was so heart wrenching that the city they love The city of parks, monasteries, and beautiful old buildings are being destroyed. Finally, Eva's loved apartment is hit by a missile. She and her grandmother decided to leave. Eva and her grandmother made their way across Ukraine and finally reached Dublin. So here, so these photographs, to decode these photographs, I used three technical tools of multimodality. These are perceptual, structural, and ideological analytical tools. From perceptual point of view, the photographs depict fatal consequences of the war. The photographs embody broken windows, collapsed parts of the house, rocket lodging, and so on. As a reader, we can make out of these that the devastating effects of the war were so acute. This understanding is formed from the experiences of other wars that we have come across, such as World War I, World War II, the Holocaust, and so on. Here, the experiences of War of Eva are merely subjective, and this photograph encapsulates such subjectivity. The individual losses, problems caused to Eva and her family, and also to her friends, have been given enough textual space. Photographs seem to speak much about their woes. Analyzed from another perspective, this could denote other aspects of the war as well. So now when I look at the photographs, or I analyze the photograph from structural point of view, so it can be deduced that these photographs entail the veracity of human suffering, specifically Eva's. The foregrounding structure of the photographs highlight the devastation caused by the war, thus encoding Eva's turmoil and internal breakdown. The portrait mode, these photographs, all these photographs, these are being presented in the portrait mode, not in landscape. This portrait mode of presentation of these photographs tend to imply the height of devastation or destruction and also the height of loss that Eva undergone. The photographs are black in color. We know that black can be linked with darkness, evil, death, and mourning. Hence, it can be assumed that Eva, through these photographs, tries to exhibit the darkness that surrounds her life, her grim uncertainty, and more importantly, her suffering and trauma. This sort of analysis of this photograph is built upon the meaning associated with them in the given culture. Such analysis conforms to what Serafini, a theorist, opines. I quote, narrative representation, framing, information zones, composition, color, and position are just a few of the structures that can be used to interpret visual images and multimodal texts. Unquote. Images are an important means through which ideologies are produced and onto which ideologies are projected. When these photographs are read from such perspective, we must understand that the socio-cultural, historical, and political context of Russian and Ukrainian war get immensely manifested. The photographs exhibit the geopolitical conflict between the two nations, continuing since 2014. Massive attacks and invasions have been the focal point of these photographs. The dynamics of social power and ideology must have played pivotal role in bringing about the grave consequences of the war that the photographs represent. The terror, tremor, and trauma that these photographs intend to convey largely depend on our reception capacity of the layers of meaning they embody. The same point is underlined by Sturgeon and Cartwright, the two theorists. I use their point of view. They believe that, I quote, the capacity of images to affect us as a viewer is dependent on the larger cultural meanings they evoke and the socio-political and cultural contexts in which they are viewed. In short, the ideological bearing of the viewers contribute vigorously to making the comprehension of this multimodal text. Now the conclusion part. Eva's memoir, You Do Not Know What War Is, presents a pictorial description of Russian and Ukrainian war and the devastation it caused. The memory of such war has been vividly featured. Her life experiences that have shattered her life and family have also been very authentically portrayed, not only through texts but also through images and photographs. The book also employed multimodal features such as text and image together to represent the traumatic memory and her subjective experiences, subjectivity of Eva, the protagonist. The use of trauma features and the perceptual, structural, and ideological analytical tools proposed by Serafin has helped decoding the multimodal subjectivity embedded in the text, and thus adding value to scholarship on trauma and war narrative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jenna, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Very interesting presentation. But what I thought is that since your presentation, your paper was more about film, cinema, photographs. So maybe if you could have shared a PPT with us, because
yes,
the
madam,
impact you say in your conclusion, the pictorial depiction. So the impact of what perhaps it is bringing to, and I am quoting you, to our power of perception would have been a little more visible.
Yes,
And
madam.
it is 2014 war between Ukraine and Russia. That's what
Yes.
you're talking about.
No,
So
it began in 2014, but I'm including the recent war.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was wanting to ask. But the memoir is about basically the 2014, the initiation of the war, right?
True.
And so you have kind of, with the use of trauma theory and multimodal images and chats and pictures, so you have traced a very interesting, unfortunate fact that war brings invariably pain and suffering. So congratulations. I'll open the house for discussion if anybody wants to talk to Dr. Jenna. Okay, all right. All the best, Dr. Jenna. Anybody with if you right? So do we have Dr. Neelima Dubey? Mr. Paul, how many presentations we've had? I think.
Yeah, we had already five presentations already had,
and three are missing.
Three are not present.
Sir, can you please once again call out for them if they are here and want to present?
Yeah, sure, madam. Sure, madam. Okay, those who have not presented, not yet presented, are Puneet Prem Kanwar. Puneet Prem Kanwar, is she available in this session? Not sure. Then Shashi Kanwar. Then the last one is Dr. Neelima Dubey. These are the three participants who didn't present the paper.
Not who were not present. So, Dr. Mr. Paul, so your observations, you want to add on to something, you want to say something, we'll be very glad to hear from you, sir.
Yeah, okay, sure. Okay. Actually, in this time, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the distinguished and esteemed persons in this session. I'm sorry for not welcoming you all very cordially to this session. Anyway, I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to distinguished chair, Dr. Daisy Verma. She is working as an associate professor in the Department of English, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. And I am extremely grateful to you because you made this session very interactive and illuminating. And also, I express my sincerest gratitude to all the presenters who made this session more informative and very vibrant. So, on behalf of the organizing committee, I express my sincere gratitude to everyone once again. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. And indeed, it was a pleasure and privilege to talk to ideas coming up, and sincere thanks to Dr. Raman Jaswal and all the collaborative partners of this fertile, mind-stirring conference, wherein we got to meet interesting people all across the world, had some great deliberations, and of course, Mr. Paul and the wonderful presenters today. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best, and may we keep on, working. We keep on walking together in this field of intellectual activity. All the best, and I think we can call it a day, sir. Yes, Mr. Jacob, are we over with the session?
Yeah, we shall wind up the session. Yeah, the session is over.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of
Okay,
you. Thank you.
thank you all. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, Doctor. Which one? Oh, who is the chair? The, add the chair and then Bhumika Bajaj. Bhumika Bajaj is there. Okay. Okay. I'm waiting here.
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
We are ready for the presentations.
Ma'am, you are audible, quite audible, but let us see how many presenters are here.
Right, sir. Right. We will check out. Yes. Yeah, it's with me only. I'm just gonna open the same. Just give me a few seconds so that I can open. Yeah, I have a total list of 7 participants. The very first, I think my call goes to Dr. Shyam Singh Bains. He's assistant professor from Department of Economics, Government College, Una, HP. Hello, is he here? I think there are the participants. Should I go for another participant? Should I call the second one? Should I call the second one? All right. We have with us Parvati A.R. from the Department of Linguistic. Parvati A.R. if she is here from Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Parvati. Welcome.
Ma'am, could I take a few minutes? May I share I'm doing it in a PPT slide, so I just want to share it. Can I take a few minutes?
Yes, definitely, Parvati.
Thank you, ma'am.
And she's going to talk about forensic linguistic delving into language of law, observation, and investigation.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Good
I'm
evening.
Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh. Good evening, ma'am. Parvati
Very
has
good evening.
been my student and probably she is the youngest presenter of this conference.
Wow,
She is
that's wonderful.
she is just PG and
All right.
she is preparing for that. So I switched on just to say her best of luck.
Oh, that's very
All
nice.
the best with her. Okay.
That's very nice of you, sir.
Thank you,
are
sir.
most welcome. And looking forward to hear from Parvati.
Ma'am, actually, I'm not able to share it.
I think sharing rights are already given to you. I request my coordinator to give the sharing rights. I think it's already there with you. You just need to click on that present now, the arrow which is upward. Just you need to click on that.
Yeah, I have clicked, ma'am.
All right. So what's the problem? So it might be asking present now. Yeah, it's about to start.
Ma'am, is my PPT visible?
Right now it's not. It's your other screen is visible. You just need to click on the PPT which you want to share. Now you have shared your whole screen. You need to click on PPT and come in a PowerPoint full mode. We can see our screen, but your screen is not visible right now. You need to click on your presentation. And you need to click on PowerPoint mode. That is a slideshow.
Okay, ma'am.
Slideshow.
Sorry, ma'am. Actually, I'm doing it. I'm doing it first time, so it's taking time.
Hello,
Excuse me.
Parvati, you have joined
Yes, sir.
from, hello, you have joined from two IDs.
Yes.
It will echo from your side. It will be echoing. Take only one. Whether it is laptop, it will be quite okay.
Sir, I'm coming from laptop, sir. I'm
Okay.
joining from laptop.
But here it is shown that you have you are using two devices, so it will be echoing on your end.
No, sir. Only laptop I'm using. Only laptop I'm using.
Okay, okay. So there
Sir,
you clicked on the
sir, could you?
You just you will see in the bottom there will be mute, unmute, turn off your camera, video, turn on captions, send a reaction. Then there will be sharing. Share. Parvati is presenting. So you are presenting. Then you can, from that presenting part, you just click your screen, share your screen.
And sir, she has already shared the screen. She need to now click on the presentation and go in a slide show mode.
You need to, if you are able to share your screen, you click on your presentation.
Yeah. Have you clicked on your presentation, Parvati?
Yes, ma'am.
So now that icon is coming. So go to, there is the at the right hand side bottom, there is the slideshow view. Do that.
Yes.
You have did that?
There will be some icon like thing. If you will click, your slide will start visible. Ma'am, in between you can call the next presenter if somebody is ready.
Right. I will do that.
She will be.
We have next presenter, Mr. Shamlal, Associate Professor from Government Degree College, Shri Naina Devi Ji, Bilaspur, Himachal Pradesh. So I welcome.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Yes, you are very much audible. Yeah, your voice is cracking.
Parvati, mute yourself. Parvati, please mute yourself. All participants.
Yes, Sham Dhiman sir, your voice is cracking. If you can be a little bit louder so that the audience can listen to you. Yes, you can start first. Introduce yourself and then start.
Myself, Department of Economics, Government College, Shri Naina Devi Ji, Himachal Pradesh, District Bilaspur. But my topic is late capitalism, dynamics, critiques, and aspects. Capitalism defined the contemporary stage of capitalist development, defined by socio-economic and cultural shifts emerging from the gas of the industrial era. Late capitalism witnessed a turning point into the information age. It extends beyond the economics, entering in the culture and social in consumerism and commodifications as economics and activist debates its merit and demerit. Understanding late capitalism is crucial for navigation and complexities of late capitalism. The definition of late capitalism: the late capitalism characterized the contemporary phase of capitalist society and a multi-phase economic system. It shows the current stage of capitalism by a transition from the industrial to information-centric economics. The stage is defined by global connectedness, technological advancement, and financial inclusion. Late capitalism shows income inequalities where wealth is in the hand of the have, and neoliberal policy emphasize deregulations and to free the market. Features are beyond economic structures, social factors, and political problems dominated by consumerism, commodifications, and the influence of multinational companies. In the context of the capitalism reflects historical evolutions, tracing its origin in capitalistic development, the transition from the industrial era to the present information age, set the stage for its contemporary phase. As a result of the Second World War and economic recession shaped the path. With globalization became a force, new liberal policy became important in the late 20th century. It emphasizing to the market-oriented reforms, the fall of Soviet Union and rise of technology to increase late capitalism and redefining economics and social paradigms. In the context of transitions from the industry to the information age, the capitalist evolution from the industry to the information age signifies a transformative journey reshaping global economic landscape. The industrial era laid the workground with mass productions and labor-intensive process, fueling unprecedented growth, automations, digitalization, and rising of the knowledge-based economics become defining features. These transitions facilitate globalization, enabling instantaneous communications and trade on global scale. Late capitalism thrives in a dynamic environment where information is a potent commodity influencing economic structures, social norms, and fabric of contemporary existence. Culture and social aspects. Late capitalism promote culture and social influence. Consumerism is a strong force to shaping the society economic needs. It includes social relations and market value through personal relations. Social media is a product of the capitalism, play a pivotal role in shaping a public discourse and individual self-images. Constant growth and profit often ignore the social welfare and rising social and economic inequalities. Late capitalism impact on culture and society. Start debate on values, ethics, and the nature of human economics and social relations. Critique and debates. Critique and debate of late capitalism reflect different perspectives on its merit and demerit. Economists argue that the system promotes to income inequality, favoring the haves of the society and marginalize the poor. This shows the commodification of essential services, focusing on profit and globalizing the market in the rest of the world economy. Economics to advocate the economic welfare with social justice. It calls for the understanding of late capitalism's complexities and its implications for economic welfare worldwide. Conclusions: navigating the complexities of late capitalism. I concluding the late capitalism is at the intersection of economic evolutions, social dynamic, and cultural transformations. Late capitalism is born from industrializations and shaped by globalization. Its defining traits are reflecting income inequalities and dominance of multinational companies. As we found this historical context, capitalism's journey from the industry era to the information age, the relationship of a global force, new liberal policy, and technological advancement are dominating late capitalisms. The critiques surrounding of the late capitalism revealing income inequality and environmental degradations at global level in the economy. These presentations underscore the need for understanding of late capitalism complexity, economics advocating for equal wealth distributions and sustainable development of the world economy. Thank you, ma'am.
So much, Sham sir. You have elaborated very nicely that how that late capitalism is evolving and is going to impact our society. No doubt, it is due to some income inequalities, due to environmental challenges. Could you let me know some crisis tendencies which are rising for this late capitalism? Crisis. What can be the crisis?
Crisis means when the late capitalism is going to rising in the world economy.
Yeah.
Means हमारा social setup है.
Yes.
The social setup we are going to degrading with this system.
Very true. Very true. Very true. And there will be a neoliberalism also, which will give rise to
right.
yeah.
Yes.
So financialization is also
financial
the major.
inclusion is also the part of this.
Yes. Yeah. So that all are
India is also introducing this concept.
right. So, Sham sir, do you think that some technological advances can help in this they can play a significant role in late capitalism?
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, very right.
Yeah. How it can be?
If the technological changes take place in the world economy, now we can see the COVID times.
Right.
Like the COVID time, our education system was very poor.
Very true.
We are facing how to teach the students.
Right.
With the little capitalism system introduced in the economy and the technological advancement has come in the economy, we
Very
I think
true.
later we can change the system and we can come in the.
Very right. Very right. Yeah. So we can also use artificial intelligence for this also, so that there can be the transformation in the nature of work, right?
Right, madam.
So
Right.
wonderful, wonderful, very nicely deliberated. Thank you so much. So if any student have any question, they can.
Sir, Lenin wrote imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, after seeing the emerging capitalism in the first part of the 20th century. Do you think this late capitalism uh, in the aura of neoliberalism is an undercurrent neo-imperialism? Do you associate this left capitalism with a kind of neo-imperialism?
Later I will try.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So thank you so much for asking the question. So we have next participant who is going to present. I think Parvati, or it is coming from Rajesh Kumar. Parvati AR. Yes, Parvati, please go ahead and put it in a screen mode. And I request other participants to mute yourself so that we can listen to Parvati. Yes, Parvati, please go ahead.
Respected session chair, teachers, and my dear research scholars, a very good evening to one and all present here. On this occasion, I would also like to pay my deepest gratitude to my mentor, guide, and guru, Professor S.N. Singh, who guided me into the world of literature and linguistics right from my school days. So let me begin with my topic. So before getting into the field of forensic linguistics, I'll be presenting my topic on forensic linguistics, delving into the language of law, observations and investigations. So before getting into my topic of forensic linguistics, I'll just talk about briefly on what is linguistics. So linguistics is the scientific study of language. So it has a lot of branches like phonetics, morphology, semantics, syntax, pragmatics, and even sociolinguistics too. So phonetics is basically it talks about sound patterns, and morphology, it talks about word formations. Syntax deals with sentence structure and sentence formations, and semantics is related to meaning. And when it comes to pragmatics, it is all about how you use language in a particular context. And sociolinguistics is a field that talks about the how language is being used in a society. So there are certain factors on how language is being used in a society. So it is dependent upon certain factors like age, then gender, occupation, all these things. So for example, the way you talk with your teacher is totally different from the way you talk to your friends. In the same way you talk in an informal setting is totally different from the way you present yourself in a formal setting. So sociolinguistics talks about all these things, and linguistics, apart from that, it talks about the how language is formed in the human mind, their development, and how it originates. So now I would like to come into the topic of forensic linguistics. So forensic linguistics basically is also known as legal linguistics or language of law. It is it applies linguistic knowledge in the context of law, crime investigation, trial, and judicial procedures. So, in other words, applying scientific knowledge in the context of criminal and legal issues. This is what you call forensic linguistics. It is a clubbing of language and law. And next, I would love to give you a concept. In order to understand the concept of linguistics, I have actually taken examples from 2 novels of Sherlock Holmes. And the first example, I've taken it from the series of The Twisted Lip. So within this, you can see that this narrative, it actually talks about the disappearance of Mr. Clare. So he's a wealthy businessman, and his wife believes that he was spotted in the window of an opium den. And she immediately informs this to the police. And when the police investigates it, they could find only a beggar named as Hugboon in the room. So evidence was found near Boone on the disappearance of Mr. Clare, and this is what led to his arrest, and he was sent to jail. So the mystery in the story gets unrevealed when Mrs. Clare receives a letter from her husband. But he doesn't reveal his whereabouts, that where he's living and all these things. But at least he tells her wife that she is alive. He's alive. So this is how she gets to know. This is how his wife gets to know about it. So suddenly, when she gets the letter, she identifies it from the handwriting of her husband. So and handwriting analysis is being made here. So it is more it is connecting more to the concept in forensic linguistics, which is relating to the concept of authorship analysis, or you can call it as idiolect or either linguistic fingerprinting. Almost they are related concepts. So here they have used, this is what forensic linguists do. They try to analyze documents or text or any sort of whatever text they get by using the languages written in it. At least they'll try to identify who the author is, who has written that, all these stuff. And the second example I've taken from is from the Adventure of Reigate Square. It is from the series of Adventure of Reigate Square. It talks about the murder of the coachman, and when the detective Sherlock Holmes spots this man dead, he finds in his hand a note in his hand. So by finding this, he'll try to create a handwriting analysis of this note, and by analyzing his letter, he will try to find out the suspects who was behind, who were behind this, who murdered this person. So here also again the concept of authorship analysis, or you can say the kind of the idiolect kind of concept is being employed. And next we'll talk about the history and evolution of forensic linguistics. So when talking about the history and evolution of forensic linguistics, the term forensics, it comes from the Latin word. And it is earlier it was connected to Roman concept, where a person who is accused of a crime is made to stand before the forum, and he has to defend for his crimes before the forum, for the crimes that he has been charged. And then forensic linguistics originated in the 20th century. It originated in the early 20th century, but it came to light in the later half of the 20th century. And it was Jan Swadwick who brought this term, who coined the term forensic linguistics in the year 1968, because he had done a research in the title called the Evans Statement, a case for forensic linguistics. So it is through this case he had coined the term forensic linguistics. So he was the person who introduced this term, forensic linguistics. And he was the first person to introduce this in an academic circle. And there were two major cases which led to which made forensic linguistics a turning point, which created a turning point in the field of forensic linguistics as an academic discipline. So these two case studies I have presented here. So case study number 1 is of Timothy John Evans case, and the second case is of Derek William Bentley case. So the first case study is Timothy John Evans. So he was a Welshman and he was accused of murdering his wife.
Sorry to
Yes, ma'am.
interrupt. I think your slides are not moving. I request.
Actually, sir is presenting on behalf of myself,
Yeah,
I guess.
I request Rajesh sir to put in presentation mode and go on moving the slides as Parvati is communicating. Can you please put it in a full screen mode, slide show mode? At the lower hand side, there is the icon like that. With that, three icons are there. Okay, he's not doing. Let you carry on, Parvati. It's okay.
Okay, ma'am. Let me see if I can share 1 second.
Rajesh sir is not moving the slide right now. He has joined. Yes, yes. Perfect. Now you can go ahead. Go to the slide which you were communicating.
Yes,
Right, the case. It's okay. You carry on. You carry on, Parvati, please.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So I'll be talking about the case study 1, and it talks about Timothy John Evans' case. So he was accused of murdering his wife and his infant daughter. So he was given a death sentence for that, but ultimately he was proved innocent. So the problem that occurred in this was that his confession statement was analyzed by this linguist Jan Swartwick. So he analyzed his confession statement and the confession statement given by the police officers. So when these two statements were analyzed, he found certain discrepancies in that, some sort of differences. There were huge differences in the confession statements of Timothy John Evans and the police officers' statements. That is, they didn't try to record the exact statement of what Timothy John Evans told. The police officers didn't exactly record the statements told by Timothy John Evans. So that was the main problem here. So just because the police tried to fabricate the case, that is why he couldn't. That is why he was proved as. That is why he was given the death sentence. And the next is case study 2. It talks about this is another one crucial case which made this forensic linguistics field as a huge, which gave forensic linguistics field a huge importance for people there. So case study 2 talks about Derek William Bentley. So Derek William Bentley and his friend Christopher Craig, they went for a burglary attempt in a home, and they were caught by the police. And after that, the police, when they were caught by the police, this Christopher Craig, he pointed a gun towards this policeman. So Derek Bentley made a particular statement. So this statement led to his trial. So the statement was that let him have it. So let him have it. This statement or this particular phrase, it has two meanings. That is, when you take it in the literal sense, it is let him have it means it means you have to hand over the gun to the policeman. It is the literal meaning of this phrase. And when it comes to the figurative meaning, it means you have to shoot the policeman. So the court, the court members who interpreted, they took the figurative meaning of this. So this is one reason why Derek Bentley was hanged or was given that capital punishment. And there is one more reason for this. That is this and the statements of The confession statements of Derek William Bentley was also analyzed by one famous professor in forensic linguistics. His name is Malcolm Coulthard. So while analyzing the confession statement of Derek Bentley, they found that the same discrepancies were found between the statements of Derek William Bentley, what Derek William Bentley told, and the statements given by the police, because they didn't try to record the exact statement of what Derek William Bentley told. So this is what led to the trial of Derek William Bentley. And now we'll talk about the applications of forensic linguistics. So as far as applications of forensic linguistics is concerned, we have authorship attribution or authorship analysis, then speaker profiling. It also has other applications in forensic phonetics, forensic psychology, forensic dialectology. In this field and all, forensic linguistics is applied, but I have only taken authorship attribution as the only one of its applications I have taken here. So authorship attribution means it is a process where linguists will be identifying the text which seems to be unknown or disputed, or the text which is in controversy. So some disputed such text I have listed here, that is abusive emails, threatening tweets, then ransom notes, blackmail or extortion letters, falsified suicide notes, text messages sent by a person who would act like someone else. So all these things are such disputed text. All these things comes under the category of disputed text. So within the application of within the authorship analysis, we have a theory called theory of consistency and distinctiveness. So he has actually given two assumptions for it. So the very first assumption is that when you an author can maintain a sufficient level of consistency while writing a text or while speaking something. So there will be a sufficient level of consistency, which means whatever text or whatever document he writes, he'll be writing it in the same manner. It can have sufficient level of consistency, but that you cannot tell that to be 100% consistency. You cannot consider it as absolute consistency, but a sufficient amount of consistency will be there in that. So right. Yeah, so within this, what he means by observable amount of consistency is that there is basically we have one more type in this, that is pairwise distinctiveness and population-wise distinctiveness, which he talks about. And so I'll directly get into the scope of forensic linguistics then.
Yeah.
And I'll conclude now.
Yeah, conclude as quickly as possible.
Okay. So when trying to talk about the scope of forensic linguistics, the scope has a great field. It has a great scope in abroad. This field has a great scope in abroad, and people there have started to become aware of this field, because their people they have the resources, tools to employ this field. And moreover, there is a recent field emerging in this there is a recent new field which is emerging within forensic linguistics, and that is forensic translation or legal interpreting. So this is being employed for criminal investigations and all. And when we can also do the digital and academic. I'll just give an example, ma'am. For example, like we find plagiarism issues within the educational world. So it's not necessary that always this plagiarism detecting software has to be correct, but it can go wrong anytime. So at that time, a forensic linguist is needed. They are in need. At the same time, we have cybercrime issues within the digital world and all, to analyze the text messages, fake messages and all. And when you're talking about the scope in India, you can say that ours is a multilingual country. So being a multilingual country, there is a sufficient room for our country to create a scope for this field if we are appropriately using it. if you are appropriately using it in the right way, you can create a scope for this field in our country. At the same time, we have to make it practicable in our, we have to bring it, we should put it as a, we should bring it as a solid piece of scientific evidence, and then you need to employ it in our legal system. So widening the scope of this field in our hands only. So we need to do this. And the ongoing researches in the forensic linguistics field I have put here, it is in these following fields that the ongoing researches are happening. That is individual variations in language use, intersection of language and law, police interviews, and courtroom interactions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful, Parvati, for choosing such an about forensic linguistic. So I think this is one of the very good interdisciplinary, particular topic where we can have with the criminology, as you have said, with psychology, as well as with law. And with that, do you find that with the forensic linguistic, there can be some intellectual challenges? If yes, and what it could be?
Ma'am, I don't think there would be some intellectual challenges.
So, because always, we have so many complex data with us, right? So, right. So, dynamic nature of cases will be there, and no doubt, as you have said, the intellectual challenges are always there. Some ethical considerations can be there. So these are the some challenges which can be there. Otherwise, I have another question for you, Parvati. Just you have imagination that you are going to do forensic analysis. You have got a letter, anonymous letter, and in which there is a kidnapping case, and you received a letter, and there is some specific demand and instructions are there, right? So when you are analyzing this particular letter, so could you please let me know what ethical consideration you will give when doing the analysis of this particular letter?
Ma'am, I won't be revealing until I know who is the actual person who has sent that letter. I won't be revealing his name to others. I'll be keeping it to myself until I get to know that this person is the culprit.
Right. Wonderful, wonderful. So no doubt it was a good session, and I think it is thought provoking for others also. They can even think of joining the application of this forensic linguistic. Thank you so much. The hall is open for questions. Any questions?
Parvati, this is me, Prakhar. There's a conspiracy theory in our English literature about Shakespeare that you might have knowing that it is Christopher Marlowe who is Shakespeare indeed. Marlowe died in 1593, and Shakespeare's career started probably more probably after that. But the style of their writings is similar. So it is said that it is Marlowe who is Shakespeare. Do you think this can be also a subject of forensic linguistics? This sort of things.
Yeah, it can. Sure, it can be. It can be.
Okay, you can also make this.
That is where we apply this theory of the theory that I've mentioned in this theory of distinctiveness and consistency.
Yes, sure.
Because we have to analyze it with that.
Hello, can I intervene or add something? Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Actually, this may be, but Prakhar, Dr. Prakhar, it may be possible. but at the same time, if you visit Stratford upon Avon, you will realize that everything cannot be, dubious over there. Still, the theater is working over there, and his place, then lady, his wife Hathaway's is cottage, and everything they have maintained it, and still it is existing. So sometime what happened that things are preserved, and when we are successful, I think we are able to cater to the need of our family, friends, even in society. But I think that Shakespeare died, and even after 400 years, Stratford upon Avon is being catered by Shakespeare, because for everything they are charging. I have visited over there in 2018, and they have maintained for everything they are charging money. If you will go to visit his house, then you will have to pay like 20 pounds something. Then if you go to his new place, that the house that Shakespeare purchased, again you will have to provide them like 40 pounds. If you will visit Mary Hathaway's, Anne Hathaway's cottage, you will have to pay more. If you go to see the school, you will have to pay. Every part and parcel they have maintained, and they are charging for it. So I think that such a big balloon cannot be created.
Okay, okay, right.
This is definitely a big bubble, and still the whole village, Stratford upon Avon, even on boats, you will find the name of the character of Shakespeare written, like Viola, Olivia, that is in Avon River. The boats, if they are there, so they have maintained it like that. So I think that much, bubble can't be created.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sometimes,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
but postmodernism is all about hyper
Hmm.
reality. So reality, what is visible may not be real. So your doubt is also question, and that's the postmodern tendency. So I think that you are truly involved holistically in this conference.
Right.
Okay, over to chair.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderfully deliberating and doing the post-mortem of this particular thought which has come up. Right, thank you so much. So we have another participant, Dr. Ashwin Kumar, if he is present here. Dr. Ashwin, he's assistant professor from SDWG Government College, Beaton, District Una. And accompanying him is Mr. Sumit Kumar, assistant professor from the same college. Okay. My next call goes to Kumad Singhal, if Kumad is here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Shall I start?
Yes, definitely.
Good evening to one and all present. I am Kumud Singhal, research scholar, Chitrakoot School of Liberal Arts. And please allow me to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible. Just to switch on to the presentation mode.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So the title of my paper is Revisiting and Preserving Kehluri Culture, Folk Songs of Seasonal Festivals. The paper deals with the English translation of Kehluri folk song of Sire Festival with the objective to aware the present generation about the culture and to ensure the continuation of age-old tradition and festivals. So before starting, let me make it clear that Kehlur is the old name of the Bilaspur district of Himachal Pradesh. A festival unveils an original facet of a culture. It is an event, a social phenomena, or the soul of the culture of any society. Festival or Utsav serve, as referred to in Hinduism, are age old practices that bond a person with community and the self. Festival carry with them the wisdom of ages. Etymologically, the word has its origin in the Latin word festum, meaning public joy or merriment. Also, the Webster Dictionary defines the term festival as a day or a time of religious or other celebration marked by feasting, ceremonies, or their observances. Fair and festival keeps the calendar of Himachal Pradesh busy with celebration throughout the year. Always surrounded by tough terrain and harsh climatic condition, these celebration revitalizes the social life of locals and bring the inhabitants closer. A remembrance of shared heritage and past. All the fair and festival observed in Himachal Pradesh are the product of their cultural ideals that have been with them given the form of tradition. Because of this, festival and fairs observed in the state have a strong religious and mythological foundation. In human society, festivals are also important because they provide a venue for people to get together and celebrate different aspects of their culture. These lively gatherings are not only source of entertainment but also a chance for a community to express their tradition, belief, and values. Also, the festivals have evolved into a means of expressing a community's collective identity. They function as a canvas bringing people together through shared experiences, ritual, and food. Folk songs. Folk songs are ingrained in the cultural fabric of all human community. These songs are also infused with ancient wisdom and symbolic significance and often communicate unique experiences, moral principles, potent information, and idea. Like, in the words of Alan Dance, I quote, folklore is a mirror of culture, a lens for society, a key to behavior, and a projection of mind. It paints a vivid picture of the way of life of those who create it. Unquote. Festivals in Kehlur are celebrated to honor their value, culture, and tradition. Every festival has its own distinct flavor, and festivals in Kehlur are celebrated according to the seasons. Festivals, which are the reflection of the auspicious feeling, are also the source of entertainment for Kehluri folks. Kehlur, a agrarian district with rough topography, every effort made for the survival demands a lot of hard work, time, and effort. Therefore, after the arduous labor, these festivals offer some form of entertainment to the locals from the repetitive routine. As a result, sowing is a festival, harvesting is also a festival. Bringing the first grain of crop into the house and eating it for the first time is a festival. Buying and selling livestock is a festival, which have evolved into a fair known as Nalwadi Fair, which is very much famous in Kehlur. Hence, there is a festival at the arrival and departure of every season, like Vasant, Grisham, Varsha, Sharad, Hemant, Shishir, and the worship of crops, vegetation, or nature accordingly. 6 season and 12 month become the basic of these festivals. To celebrate the festive mood, special folk songs are sung that reflect the belief, tradition, and feeling of the people of Kehlur. Kehlur region embraces every season with tremendous delight, offering prayer to God and holding festivals. On the day of festival, Kehlur residents often refrain from performing their routine work. They prepare specific meals, bathe early in the morning, dress neatly, and perform ancient ritual of prayers at temple or home. On such occasion, folk songs and dancing are prominent attraction. Even a minor occasion is worthy of celebration in their eyes. Ashwin is the seventh month of Hindu lunar calendar, and it corresponds to September and October in Gregorian calendar. The arrival of the month heralds the arrival of the autumn season and marks the transition from summer to winter. The autumn season is when the day get visibly shorter, shorter and night's length get longer, and the temperature drops significantly. In Kehlur, Ashwin month is regarded particularly auspicious since it contains several significant festivals such as Sayar, Pitrapaksh, Durga Navratri, Durga Ashtami, Dashehra, and Shard Purnima. As every culture has its own set of tradition and customs, the celebration offer a unique window into this mosaic of humankind. Kehlur's different cultural festival provide a chance to honor and maintain customs related to traditional craft, art, and practices that might otherwise be lost to future generation. These celebrations frequently feature song, folk dances, exhibits of handicraft, narratives, and different foods. Sayar Sankranti, which marks the end of the rainy season and the beginning of fall, is celebrated with great fanfare across Himachal Pradesh, several districts. The celebration is held on Ashwin Sankranti to celebrate the conclusion of rainy season and the arrival of autumn season. In a sense, it is a celebration of embracing nature, giving thanks to environment, and welcoming the local deities back on earth who have gone to their dwelling heaven during Kala Mahina, that is Bhadrapad, the month previous to this month. On the day of Sayar Sankranti, the Kala Mahina, that is Bhado month, ends, and the newly married females who were at their maternal home return to their in-laws house. It's a culture in Bilaspur district that during this Bhado month, the newlywed brides are not supposed to stay with their in-laws whole of the month. They leave for their maternal home in this month and return on the day of Sayar festival. There is also a belief that Lord Vishnu ascends from underworld to heaven on this day. When the kharif crops are ready to be harvested, part of them together with seasonal fruits are offered to Sari Mata as a way of thanking God for a good yield. Crop and fruits are worshipped. The newly harvested crops are placed on a chowki. The crops like maize, wheat plants, galgal, sesame plant, pumpkin vines, pomegranate plant, walnuts, cucumbers. These all are being kept on the chowki and praised and worshipped as Sair Mata. The picture is available on the screen. The next day, all these things are immersed in water as an offering to rain and water god Varun Devta, thanking him for the good yield. Apart from that, Rakhis are removed from the wrist and presented to Sair Mata. Currently, nowadays also, presently a person from a barberer class, likewise, it was done in the past, decorate Sair Mata in a small temple and carries it in his hand, visiting nearby villages and facilitating the people to worship the Sair Mata at their location. The picture is available on the screen of this temple, which which this barber was carrying, and he has brought this to my place also on the Sad Festival Day. The erstwhile princely state Kehlur celebrated the festival of Sayar with great fanfare. It is known that Rajas of neighboring hill kingdom, the Ranas, used to visit the court of Kehlur to make nazaranas annually during Sayar Darbar. It was time of great festivity in the court, and a huge fest was also organized in the palace. The practice persisted until 1948. Presently, special dishes are prepared in home of people on this day. Among these are puris, babale, bature, kheer, and halwa. Sair Saji is celebrated by playing with walnut, called as khod khelna in local dialect. Thus, the cultural festival Sair serves as a mean for Kahluri region to transmit their legacy to upcoming generation, ensuring the continuation of age-old traditions. Though exhibiting the unique taste and tradition of specific culture, such festival celebrations promote tolerance and respect of nature and an appreciation of unique culture. Overall, the festival of Sire has a political, historical, and cultural importance in Kehlur since the princely time. Even today, the festival of Sire is celebrated with the same joy and enthusiasm, but now children are not seen playing with walnuts anymore. The song on the screen aptly captures the essence and the way how the ritual is performed in the Sire festival. festival. Like the translation goes, on the Ashwin month and the Sakranti day, we the people are celebrating Sire. The rainy season is over and the weather has changed. Fresh yield is here. All these fresh yields are decorated in basket placed at a corner of a room. A pot of water with few strands of dhruva in it, water sprinkled on Sire Mata. Then apply kumkum tilak, cover Sire Mata with a shawl, and step by step, whole of the ritual of performing the Sire festival is
Sorry to
yes, ma'am. Conclusion. Thus, these folk festivals serves as a mean for communities to transmit their legacy to upcoming generation, guaranteeing that vulnerable customs are perpetuated. Through exhibiting the unique taste and tradition of specific culture, these celebrations promote tolerance, respect, and an appreciation of diversity. Thank you.
Savita ma'am, unmute yourself.
Muted
Your
yourself.
mic is mute.
I was just thanking to Kumat ma'am. I was really thoroughly enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you.
I was feeling that I am enjoying that particular festival we celebrated. It's really wonderful.
Thank you.
That you have very thoughtfully taken this topic, talked about the various culture, artistry, seasonal relevance, that how you can promote the diversity, and no doubt there will be the tourism and cultural exchange also.
Yes.
So thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
So
you.
can I have the next candidate? Paucity of time, we are just shifting to the next candidate and not opening the hall for this particular question session. So can we have your next presenter, that Bhumika?
Yes, ma'am, I am present.
Yeah, Bhumika, please cut short and do it as soon as possible.
Yes, sure,
Thank
ma'am,
you so
sure,
much.
ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Should I start, ma'am?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to our session chair, Ms. Savita, ma'am, and to all the members of the session present here. I welcome to my presentation. I am Bhumika and here to present my paper, Women's Representation in Haryanvi Ragni. Basically, I would start from the folk music of Haryana. Ragni is folk music of Haryana.
All right.
And folk, it has basically two main forms. One is classical folk music and other is Desi folk music, which is Ragni. And classical folk uses Indian classical form, which is used in the entire Indian classical form. And folk music of Haryana take the form of concerns like parting of life, valor, bravery, brotherhood, harvest, happiness, and many more concerns. And Desi folk music, it uses rag music style like rag Marathi, rag Kafi, rag Pahadi. This style of rag is used in Ragni style. Now
right.
I'm talking about the women's entry and participation in this Desi folk style Ragni, which is quite difficult and bold in the male dominating state. Haryana basically is known as the most dominating state here.
Right.
And women here used to sing ceremonial songs, wedding songs, religious, legendary tales also. They used to represent tales of such as Puran Bhagat Singh. And they used to perform Ras Leela, which is Ragini form that is used to perform on stage. They perform acts, particular acts on the stage, and Raginis are theatrical performance of Haryana. It was popularized by Pandit Lakshmi Chand, which was known as the most popular Ragini Gayak in entire Haryana, and unless until women have entered this field. Before that, Lakshmi Chand was a male Gayak in this field. Young girls also participate in Raganis. They used to sing on school stages in various festivals and various occasions like Independence Day, Republic Days. And women usually sing entertaining, fast seasonal, love relationship and friendship songs also. the songs they enjoyed to sing Fagun songs in Falgun months, Kartak songs in Kartik month, and one type of song which they used to sing is Bande Bande, the duet songs, male and female duet songs. This is known as Bande Bande songs. So this is quite entertaining.
All right.
Right. So they used to sing one type of songs like Sathne songs. Sathne songs shares heartfelt feelings among female friends.
All right.
On the other hand, older women also used to sing these folk songs, like they used to sing devotional Mangal Geet, bhajan, bhat songs in Haryana are usually sing when mother of bride or groom is gifted by her brother, like mama of groom or bride gifts to her sister. They used to sing Sadhya songs, Kua Pujan songs. Kua Pujan in Haryana is usually done when a baby boy is being born in the family. This is Kua Pujan. So these folk songs are usually continuous on these type of occasions. So this shows how old the Desi folk style of singing is there in Haryana, and it is not sung only on stage but in routine too.
All right.
Moreover, these are intercaste songs which are not personalized for specific caste in Haryana. These songs are sung collectively by women from different castes.
Bhumika, I am barging in between. Can you know the Ragni is also for some social issues?
Yes, ma'am.
They also have a song. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. But they show they are in every field. Every field, ma'am. Yes.
Like on female education, gender discrimination.
Ma'am, gender discrimination is there. Some of the Ragnis are there on this topic.
Right.
Yes. They used to represent the things on male and female.
Okay.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
do you like to deliberate if there is some cultural shift is there in this particular Ragini tradition, modern Ragini? Is there any cultural shift?
Ma'am, there is modern shift because the latest trend is the modern trend is this. The girls usually sings on the latest. They are not singing on the traditional way. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay.
So personally, I think women in this Ragini, women not only sing, they also dance. They dance proudly, showing their body figure confidently. And I think for me, women are enjoying their part on stage and being bold and bright, despite of male domination. Because there is still a gap between male and female. They have to cover their heads and faces in front of families, in front of outsiders.
Okay.
These things are changed now.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Parallelly, women have become more confident and fearless to enjoy, to show their talent, and to represent themselves in front of all.
Okay, wonderful. I think they are also talking about women empowerment, like
Right, ma'am. So this basically folk form has taken the women empowerment form.
Right. Could you please conclude quickly as a paucity of time?
And conclusion was that it was this, that women are enjoying their part on stage, and they are enjoying as by representing themselves on stage, by representing their talent. They are not even fearful now, that the old times the women were used to.
Right. Thank you so much, Bhumika. Wonderfully deliberated that we also explored that how this Ragini folk is playing a tremendous role in evolution of theme, and how the female artists are performing, how they are taking the social issues. And no doubt, there is the expression of emotions also.
Right, ma'am.
All right, in this, right. Thank you so much for talking about preservation of cultural heritage. So with this, I think there is no other participant, and we come to conclude this particular session.
No, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Actually,
Okay. All right. Please. Yes, Madhavi, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I'm here.
Prachal. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I'm under Department of English, Magad University, Bodh Gaya,
All
and
right.
I'm delighted to share insights from my ongoing research, a journey into the intricacies of subaltern studies and impact of neoliberalism on marginalized voices in contemporary literature. And the title of the research paper I'm presenting today is Subalterns in Postmodern Society, New Materialist Approach to Marginalized Narratives in the Neoliberal Era, Arundhati Roy and Aravind Adiga, a comparative analysis. In today's research presentation, my aim is to unravel the complexities of subaltern narratives through the lens of new materialist approach, drawing insights from the work of distinguished authors Arundhati Roy and Aravind Adiga. So, making it more direct, new materialism is a theoretical framework gaining traction in contemporary literary studies, centers on the interconnectedness of material and discursive element of society. In this comparative analysis, we delve into the work acclaimed by the Arundhati Roy and Ravind Adiga, examining how new materialism manifest their narratives against the backdrop of neoliberalism.
Okay.
So now neoliberal culture, economic and political ideology advocating for free market capitalism and reduced state intervention has brought about significant social and economic changes. This including including increased inequality, commodification. I'm trying to concise my paper.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Inequalities and commodification and the erosion of traditional structure within their literary works. In Arundhati Roy, the god of small things, uh, uh, where we found the intricately woven, interwoven narrative against the backdrop of post-colonial India, where neoliberal economic reforms shape and character lives. The novel's non-linear structure and poetic prose underscore interconnectedness of personal lives and broader socio-economic phases. Roy employs new materialist principle to emphasize the materialities affecting marginalized communities, portraying the commodification of culture and environmental degradation wrought by neoliberal values. The metaphor that symbolizes the flow of time and capital, accentuating the permission of neoliberal ideals into every facets of life. And on the other hand, we see Aravind Adiga, especially in his White Tiger, presents us searing critique of neoliberalism within the context of India's economic boom. Uh, this novel follows Balram Halwai, a sophomore who ascends to entrepreneurship in urban capitalism, adopting a later format to Chinese premier. Adiga offers a unique perspective of intersection of class, caste, and economic exploitation. Further, in this novel, Adiga uses the dark humor and the first-person narrative immerses reader protagonist journey, compelling them to confront the harsh material condition influencing Balram's choice. After making a comparative analysis of Roy and Adiga's novel, we found while both the author Roy and Adiga engaged with new materialism to dissect the impact of neoliberalism, their approaches differ in tone, narrative style, and thematic focus. Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things leans toward the poetic and introspective exploration of personal and consequences, emphasizing the material condition that shape characters' experiences. In contrast, Adiga's The White Tiger adopts a acerbic and satirical tone, accentuating the brutal realities faced by individual navigating the worlds of neoliberal.
Prakhar, sorry for
I
disturbance.
understand.
As I can see that there is the valedictory session. With just
Fine,
a
ma'am.
paucity
It's
of
okay.
time, if you can conclude
Uh,
in just thank you so
Okay,
much.
ma'am. Just give me 30 seconds.
Mhm.
In conclusion, the fiction of Arundhati Roy and Aravind Adika offer profound insight into the complex interplay between new materialism and neoliberalism. Their distinct narrative style and thematic emphasis shed light on the intricate ways the material conditions shape individual lives and societal structure. By engaging with the socio-economic realities of their respective contexts, Roy and Adika contribute to a nuanced understanding of human experience in the era of neoliberal hegemony, emphasizing the crucial role of new materialist perspective in deciphering the intricate layers of contemporary landscapes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prakhar, for deliberating on neoliberalism in novels provided in a literary lens. And you have thoughtfully explored about critic, understand the impact of neoliberal economic policies on individuals, society, and culture. And no doubt we can have the different deliberation by political ideologies on that also. Thank you so much. I think that's all from my side. And
I'm sorry, ma'am.
yes. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm Akshata, presenting on the topic depiction of PTSD, a psychoanalytical study of the Hunger Games. I'm trying to cut it short. The Hunger Games by Suzanne Collins present a beautiful painting to apply the use of psychoanalysis. Katniss Everdeen in the Hunger Games is a volunteer who takes up the challenge of participating in a violent, brutal, and deadly game which was forced upon her by an oppressive government called Capital. The story is told from the point of view of Katniss, who is portrayed as a rebellion. Keeping the protagonist Katniss experience various symptoms of PTSD. Upon returning from the Hunger Games, she is very critical to stimuli that were harmless before she went for the games. In one incident, she shot a deer with her exemplary archery skills. Before the games, she never experienced any physiological or psychological reactions upon hunting. However, after the repeated traumatic events during the games, her neurological synapses had associated the dying of animal with the death of a human. Therefore, it can be said that she continued to carry the scars of the Hunger Games even after returning from the event. Katniss in the Hunger Games is made to participate in the games twice. She experienced numerous life-threatening experiences, which included being chased by fire, wounds, and burns caused by toxic gas. She is also forced to kill innocent children, which in turn mutilates her own innocence too. She is also required to kill her friends, among who died in her own hands. She has insomnia and screams in dreams. Her nightmares seems to germinate from survivor's guilt, which is nightly depicted when she dreams of being burned alive by her loved dead ones, who she considered and regards for the death of whom she considers herself responsible. These symptoms were also studied by Blanchard, who concluded PTSD is characterized by the failure to follow a normative trajectory to recover after exposure to a traumatic event. Katniss paints an honest picture of PTSD. In order to cope and dissociate, she tries to remain occupied in a list of menial activities. Her nightmares and flashbacks are triggered by the most innocuous things. For example, collecting roses is a reminder of games to her. At one incident, she hides herself behind a curtain to save herself from an imagined imminent attack. Her other physical symptoms include migraines and nausea. Nausea also occur frequently. She also displays of avoidance behavior as she is seen to avoid all those who participated in the games. She also exhibits exhibits aversion to any conversation that has games as a topic. The Hunger Games not only portrays the PTSD through the character of Katniss, but also through other characters. Annie, another victor of the games, has gone crazy and dissociated. Fennec tries to cope through distraction, but there are times where his coping strategy does not work. Through kidnapping and hijacking, even event witnessed by Peeta, he is not able to differentiate between reality and fiction. The trilogy also explores other aspects of PTSD. Katniss suffered from the death of her father at an early age of 11. This resulted in the depression in her mother. This left Katniss as the sole caregiver for the family and her mother and sister. She faced poverty and hunger in her childhood as well. As a result, she often hunted illegally to feed her family. This stripped her of any childhood. Rather, she was compelled to grow quickly, which forced her to give up any kind of socialization. The fact that her mother also suffered from depression, it made the genetics made her more prone to PTSD. The book also explores the trauma of insecurity that the children suffer. Uh, the novel is a critique of a society where fear among children is used to keep them in line. Very important in the world where we teach the kids that anyone can die, anything can happen, can somewhat control the society, but this has a penetrating and punishing effect on the minds of the kids.
True, true.
Psychology is truly a beautiful lens through which we can gain a very clear understanding of human experience. The paper explores how Katniss' decisions fuel her identity, resilience, and shape her trauma. The novel vividly portrays real picture in the society. It shows how teenagers in different places at different phases of life fight through adverse situation to maintain and develop their concept of self. This ultimately develops scars that are very difficult to erase. Katniss in the Hunger Games never received any treatment of PTSD, but she would have immensely benefited from the therapy that would diminish, if not disappear, the emotional concept formed around various traumatic situations. Her life as a grown-up too had nightmares from the past. Collins understood the importance of trauma, which led her to incorporate the concept into her best-selling series, The Hunger Games. I have tried to cut it as short as possible. There were so many
Okay.
aspects that I didn't touch, but that was all from my end.
Thank you so much, Akshita.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for deliberating on the Hunger Game, I know this is a trilogy and had a significant cultural impact, especially among young adult readers.
Yes, ma'am.
And the series has sparked discussion on social and political issues, and its success has led to renowned interest in European literature, especially for young audience.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank
Teen
you so
fiction.
much for still fiction. So thank you so much for deliberating on it. It was wonderful experience to listen to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now I request Sanjay sir to please go for the further proceedings. Over to you, Dr. Sanjay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hello, am I audible? Uh, thanks, thanks to the thanks to the chair and co-chair. Uh, Without involving in further formalities, kindly allow us to go for open discussion session, and after that we will go for the vote of thanks or Raman Jaswalji for the next proceedings, as we are running short of time. So that way we can reduce some timing. If chair and co-chair permits us, we will move to the directly to the open discussion forum.
Yes, yes.
So, with the great cordial gesture from our chair, Dr. Savita Gupta ji, and our co-chair, Vishnu ji, we are now moving towards the open discussion forum. Here, the second conference of recent trends in postmodernism is towards its final stage, and we are almost 90% part of is done. Now it's turn for we have listened all the plenary speakers, and of which we have great speeches like let me quote some names from Banaras Hindu University, day one, Professor K.M. Pandey Saab, and whose deliberation will linger in our mind for longer durations, and other renowned professor, and today Professor Prakash Joshi sir, and then from friend from Morocco who deliberated like anything his speech, and we have Professor Ninu Kumar yesterday who deliberated on film studies, and right from the postmodernist ideologies and raising questions, and as the subject proposed by our conference chair, Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandeji, professor from lovely professional university, we are reached almost ashore, and before winding it up or getting the anchor down, we need to now it's time, and we have listened today from Burundi and Morocco and other great speakers today, and I found that most of our chair and co-chair has been very meticulous in their approach. I am observing today the whole day how Vishnuji has been cooperating from there since morning, and really a great deep sense of love is I would like to share send from this forum to you. You have been very loving to all of us, and last year also you contributed like anything. This year also you are an asset to us, and definitely will be. We are having one of the chairpersons of the event, Dr. Avijit Mishra ji, sitting in front of us and sitting along with us. And we Prakhar Medhavi ji also, I would love to mention here every mention he needs, because he is the really representative of postmodern man, and because his questions are all innovative. He first draw the Lakshman Rekha, that big boundary. Then after that, he raises his question, and based on his queries, now it's Prakharji. I think that we may involve other people who are uh, being the part from various corners of India and abroad. So let us see. We are having many joinees. The student I can see Bhumika Bajaj. She is from Ranbir Singh Huda. Sorry, Chaudhary Ranbir Singh University. I misspelled the university name. With that, begging pardon, I would like to move towards. I can see Chita Mitra and Susil Jariwal. These are the few names, and to be mentioned, Dr. Mahima Singh, who has been there again and again, despite of all her odds, because her mother was hospitalized for 10 days. But even then, she was there, also visible yesterday, also, and today. So we can see a lot many participants. Let us have this opportunity to have open exchange of ideas. Whosoever is willing, that what could have been done better, and what are the things that we have done good, great, grand, and excellent. We are having, we can see also Charlie Duraiji, and with great sense of gratitude, now the session is open for final discussion. So over to all the friends from all across the India and abroad. Whosoever suggest, comment, critique, criticize, whatsoever, every opinion is welcome. Feel free to share and speak your heart out. We are now we will be in the corner to listen. Raman Jaswalji, Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandeji, and Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh. We will be receptive in this session, and we will try to pen down, note down whatsoever you wish to share. So now session is open.
Right. I think your feedback is very integral to our continuous improvement, and we highly value your insights. So the floor is open for feedback. where you can share your thoughts, you can share your suggestions and reflections on the conference.
I think Charlie Durai ji is interested to say something here. Yes, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, the day one when I came to know about this conference, from then on I've been expecting this day, this awesome day. In fact, very well organized, well executed. I really used to wonder how such a big task could be done so effortlessly. Of course, there is an effort, but not revealed outside. But one person, it's about three, four institutions, colleges, universities, all cooperating, coming under one roof with oneness of mind. This doesn't happen very easily. Unless you have a commitment and cordialness. Otherwise, this wouldn't happen. So I just appreciate the cordialness, oneness of mind in carrying out this event, the conference, and it's a tremendous successful. So a few more things I need to add up with this is like I would appreciate. I would be happy if few more FT based training sessions, workshops has also been organized. So yeah, the members are kept always active. They get to know like apart from these conferences, they are always been in this occasion. There's a good rapport, a good, well aligned, right? So this is the only suggestion I want to add to it. Otherwise, it's a great job, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insights.
We had this idea of including some workshops, and we discussed it. Not only that, we wanted to host
Very good, sir.
an online poetry reading session because many of us, we feel uh, compositions should come upfront, and many of us should, reflect what we are writing. Also, we are into creative business, creative writing. They should also be given a platform. We found somewhat hesitant us to include workshops in online mode seminar. In 2 days, it was quite difficult to accommodate so far as time period is concerned. But next time we are going to plan it like 3 days. One, the third conference may be of 3 days, and that second day will be having, workshops and creative poetry reading or story reading sessions that will be dedicated, and that's what we are planning. So your idea crop up in our mind as well because of the time restriction. Because see, 2 days long we keep on continuously, presentation session and technical session, but we are not yet to, winding up position. So valedictory is yet to start. So that idea is well discussed, and even we can be making it more blended mode. This year, online, 2 years we went for online, and we found that we are working it in a blended mode. So next year we are coming up with the blended mode, not only online. and 3 days it will be there. We'll be hosting a poetry reading session or creative writing session here. So your idea is well received, well discussed, and well thought of. And we are also thinking in the future, maybe you may be our another partner. Okay. Over to the next speaker.
Sir, I want to know about just journals. Uh, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Actually, I want to congratulate the entire team of conference organizers for the achievement of what has turned out to be a successful and highly stimulating conference. I'm sure that everyone must have told you this. Such a conference involves enormous amount of time, and you must have been working so lately and so hard for everything to fall into its place. So great, sir. Thank you for this conference and giving us the opportunity to write something for you for this conference. Congratulations very much.
Heartiest to
I
all.
also like to thank.
Yes, Prakharji.
Yes, sir. I would also like to thank, and I would like to say that on this platform, everybody was given enough space and time to share their views and ideas. I have been attending this conference since yesterday, and everybody, whoever was speaking, has enough time and space, whatever he want to add. And in the last, when it comes to me, that is the other thing, and there was a shortage of time, and but everybody was given enough space and time. And thank you, sir. Thank you for organizing such an vibrant and organic event. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Saab. We are seeing some other participants who wish to. I think Mr. Pankaj would love to share something.
We have some academicians from the state of Himachal Pradesh, and I can see one of them, Mr. Vaibhav Pathak, is with us. He's a young researcher who has recently joined the Department of Higher Education in Himachal Pradesh. May I request him to kindly share his feedback also?
Dr.
Thank
P.
you,
Durga Rao
Professor
ji.
Raman.
Yes, Pathak ji.
Thank you, Professor Raman, for giving me this opportunity. This conference, this international conference, has really been a very interesting experience for me. Apart from just being a learning experience, it is also a guideline for me as to how, going forward as academicians in the field, we can follow into the footsteps of our seniors who are working hard, just like all the organizers, to ensure that we all can come together as a community of academicians and ensure that we can have a free and open discussion of ideas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. We have Ma'am Namrata Pathania from Government College Bilaspur.
Kindly allow me, Namrata ma'am, before that, we have Dr. P. Durga Rao ji. I can see long he is willing to share. So after that, we will be taking the ideas from Namrata. Sir, please unmute. Kindly unmute. You are not audible, sir. Durga Rao ji, please unmute. Dak Saab, please unmute. Yes. Not audible. Sound may be some problem. Dak Saab,
He is muted. Actually, he has to unmute himself.
Dak Saab, volume is very low. You are not audible. Kindly unmute. Let it from our side.
Dr. Sanjay, can you unmute Professor Durga Rao?
He's unmuted.
Okay. In the
Please
meanwhile,
log
may
in
I ask?
till that we are taking the ideas from Namrata, because your voice is not here coming. We are trying to, uh, speak something, but I think at your end some network issue or maybe. So please, Namrata
Okay.
ma'am.
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, quite
Yes, ma'am.
audible.
A very good evening to one and all sharing this virtual platform. And I take this opportunity of expressing my heartful thanks. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, sir. A very good evening to one and all sharing this virtual platform. And I take this opportunity of expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the Achievers Foundation. And it was my first experience I got associated with this foundation. And I think it's going to be a long association from now onward. Because the takeaways are too much. It was not just a broadening of our literary horizon, because though most of us, the academicians and English teachers, we are aware of this postmodernistic theory, yet a lot many I personally took away a lot many new things from here, including metamodernism and digimodernism and whatnot. And though I could not hear many of these speakers, I logged into 2-3 different sessions beside presenting my own. So that was one thing I missed out. I wanted to hear everybody. But let me congratulate the organizers that it was a very, very well organized event. And the conference was for 2 days, but a 2-day conference requires a lot of hard work. So you must have put in a lot of hard work, because it was so well organized. There was no technical snag, and every person was given opportunity to present his or her paper. And hats off to the teamwork and time management skills. And it was a wonderful experience being part of this conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. And again, we are having Dr. P. Durga Rao, sir. Sir, we are really sorry that we are not able to listen your wonderful ideas. So kindly, please, this time. No, again, voice is not there. Ramanji, can you unmute him or can you raise the voice? Kindly check the volume of your mobile phone. Volume of your mobile phone, if it is full or it is low. Technically.
In the meanwhile, we have Dr. Daisy Verma. Ma'am is, an associate professor in the Department of English, Himachal Pradesh University. So, may I request ma'am to kindly share her ideas also?
Thank you, Dr. Jaswal. Am I audible?
Quite audible.
And I'm visible also. I hope so.
Yes, ma'am.
First and foremost, Dr. Jaswal, what a commendable collaboration you had with a whole galaxy of great speakers. You had people from India abroad. So it makes us very proud, as a part of the teaching fraternity of Himachal. Kudos to you, sir. and I think it is from lovely professional university. Then you have people from technical universities. I'm sorry, I don't remember all the names, but it was an intellectual feast. And one thing I would like to share here is that your technical sessions were really, really well, as in each participant was given time, sufficient time, because when you write a research paper, it takes time, and sometimes because of paucity of time, we are not able to give equal time. So what I saw, and which is really commendable, I think we should learn that from you, that we had time for interaction also, and we heard people across the whole globe. So a huge congratulations. From the Department of English, Himachal Pradesh University, we would definitely try and do something with collaboration of all of you, because it's like different institutions, different minds, when they come together, it gives a very interesting flavor of diversification, as well as somebody had said oneness of mind. I think it is something which is very difficult to achieve, especially through online mode, and you did that well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. I think your voice is now closed. And again, we would love to listen, Dr. P. Durga Rao ji.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible,
Please.
sir, now? Am I audible?
Yes, this time loud and clear.
So, first of all, congratulations to the whole team. It was very, really, it is well organized. So, usually, Professor Sanjay Prasad, Dr. Raman Jaswal, they're instrumental. They're like a double engine. If there is any seminar, conference, they always work together, and they make us restless also to follow them. I really appreciate these two double engines. At the same time, elders of this organization committee. It was well planned, well designed, and well organized. And secondly, most of the time we are discussing about postmodernism. So why don't we discuss about globalization? Why don't we add globalization concept with reference to theories that we can discuss in future in the forthcoming conferences if possible? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks so much. Actually, sir, globalization may be added, but at the time we were seeing that in our vicinity, close vicinity, means let me take the name of the institution, Banaras Hindu University, Department of English. They have made the conference on planetary study. So we feel that once the planet and multiplanetary studies are being discussed, so we will be fall short because being in neighborhood, being their neighborhood. So we thought that our topic should be including all inclusive. And postmodernism, we took the name because this title, because last 10-15 days back, Banaras Hindu University hosted this planetary and multiplanetary conference. So they were talking about Mars and Earth and the all planet as the, this is all inclusive. I think globalization also comes under this postmodernism, if we will say. So I thought that let us take the topic that is again all inclusive, that where planetary also become a part of this. So that way we deliberately stick to this topic, and we didn't go for that because I think they have approx 300 plus papers in Banaras Hindu University, and parallel session, physical mode, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, up to that, and parallel 5-6 sessions were going on. And then they were talking about, Professor K.M. Pandey Saab was also one of the speaker, and MS Pandey Saab, they deliberated upon that, and they have, as their key speaker this uh, I am missing the Richard Carriage, who is the for his eco feminism and other studies. He is there. So he physically came from University of Bath, Hispa, and UK. So we decided that ours should be something like that, where we can also connect multiplanetary, planetary, as well as globalization and other themes. But your idea is well received, and this time again we are going to come up with the third conference. I promise this is going to be on United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So you all 17 goals we will be touching upon UN SDG. So where again the scope will be even broader, and we will meticulously work and try to host that way, where this will also again be a part.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So
Thank you very much. Thank you.
okay, over to other speakers, other partners, other whosoever wish to speak. uh, Namrata
We
Namrata Pathania ji, her hand is raised.
no, no. She has already spoken her given her view
No, no,
and
allow her time if she wants.
Sir, I've already spoken, but I forgot to, take my hand down. So I apologize for that. Thank you.
Oh, may I ask, ma'am, Dr. Gitanjali Thapar from Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. Two of our research scholars, they presented their papers in our conference. So her ideas will also be welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Raman. Thank you so much.
She has
I
been
think it has
consistently with
been,
us for the last two conferences.
Yes.
yes, I have been there.
So,
And I think
Gitanjali
it was
ma'am, we would love to see your face so that we may not forget you,
okay. Yes, sir. Just give me a second.
because we will be in. We hope that we'll meet again in third one.
Yes, I think I'm visible and audible both.
Yes, yes, quite clear.
All right. So I would like to thank the organizing team. I think it has been a wonderful conference all through the 2 days. Rather, I was too engaged, too engrossed, so that I could not miss any of the session. Always asking Dr. Raman to give me the link so that I cannot miss, listening to the presenters. I think I've already mentioned, given my comments, that all the presenters were given enough time. I think that was the motive of conducting and organizing a conference. It is a research-based conference, and I think that has motivated all the researchers who have participated. Second thing which I would like to add here is the dynamism of the conference. I could see within the variety of themes which have been selected. From A to Z, it was a long list, searching. Even my research scholars who presented their paper, they were interested in 4, 5 topics, and then ultimately we had to figure out on what topics they wanted to present. So the list was also very interesting and motivating, and it has also, I think, given us another idea to come up with more conferences. Like Daisy ma'am has also said, it would be better if we could collaborate in a more dynamic way in the future as well. And we'll keep connecting. Dr. Raman, thank you so much.
Okay, it was. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. It was really nice to read the comment of Akshita Rohemitra. If you can come and share some of your ideas, so I would love to listen to you.
It was a very meaningful conversation that we had, for over to 48 hours. I mean, yeah, as a participant, I can tell you that even when I was about to get to sleep, I was recapitulating all the presenters, what they spoke, and especially the chairperson people. They were discussing, they were adding their own elements. So the take, as someone else also mentioned, that the takeaways are so many that you can never forget this experience. And I strongly propose that this seminar conference should be mandatory for all the scholars in all the institutes, because such managed seminar is something very hard to find, and it's truly heartwarming, and we are going back with memories of insight, wisdom, and learning. Thank you so much. And my special thanks to Raman sir, who has been, there very constantly talking and, giving, giving answer, calling back to any problem. Because whenever we organize such a thing, we, as an academician myself, I know that you cannot really call back. He not only calls back, he responds well. I mean, the greatest learning is your management, your hard work. Thank you so much, sir. It's a big salute. And Sanjay sir, you are a god. I'm when it comes to I don't have words. We fall short. It's really like meeting gods of literature. Thank you so much.
Can we have few words from Susma Pandeji from Agrasen PG College, Varanasi? Or there is the first time participant, Miss Parvati Rajendra Kumar Anayat. So Parvati, would you love to share your first hand experience? Parvati.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then after that, Rimni Chakravarti. After Parvati, we will be listening to her.
Thank you to the whole team for organizing such a wonderful event. And I thank my professor, guru, mentor, and guide, Professor S.N. Singh, for giving me this opportunity and platform to present my thoughts on this platform. It was really good. And I had a wonderful, and since this is my first presentation, I really, it's a wonderful opportunity that I got. Thank you so much.
And you also added another flavor to this conference by presenting your paper on forensic linguistics. So that was another part. After that, we have Rimni Chatterjee Chakravarti. Are you there, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, namaste to all the participants over here, all of you who are present over here. Hearty congratulations to the organizing team. It was really wonderful session both these 2 days. I really enjoyed and appreciate the way we were connected together as a community. First of all, I feel so happy that next year we will be having a poetry reading session, and that is really wonderful for me. And in this 2 days, I learned a lot, and especially in the plenary session, where yesterday I learned about why don't we leave Bhagavad Gita. So every day, yes, even I go through the pages of Bhagavad Gita, but that is I do like a robot. But from now onwards, I will try to live it. I would like to live Bhagavad Gita in my life. And also today, in the preliminary session, what the keynote speaker of Morocco had said, that we are living in a world of hyper reality. Yes, we should be thinking of it. Was really a thought provoking session, and I really enjoyed each and every moment. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to be a part of the conference next year also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. When somebody is saying that sun rises in the east, this is the modern idea, that is reality. But when somebody questions it, that it's not the sun, rather we are rising and setting before the sun, this is the
Yes.
post idea. So that way, postmodernism exposes us to even becoming more real, and that's why sometimes it becomes hyper real. So that way, many things can be discussed upon. And we have listened very recently Parvati, and then after that, any more participant would love to give their feedback. I can see Anu Sharma ji. Would you be able to unmute yourself and share your ideas? Then Susma Pandey.
Uh, I would I would love to listen to the feedback and have the feedback of Dr. Pallavi Bhardwaj, because she had been associated with us for the past 15 or so years.
Okay.
First, in Lovely Professional University, and then in for the last 2 years, she has been here along with us in these two conferences, plus in the conference which was organized by Government College Una in 2022.
It is always, required to listen to the voice of good old friends. So over to her. Uh,
Thank you, Dr. Raman. Uh, where to start? He has taken me back to 15 or so, like more than 20 years for now. Uh, Under him and under Dr. Pandey, I have learned to excel as a budding teacher. Thank you to him being a coordinator, first coordinator. It is indeed a matter of immense proud to be associated with such kind of academic pedestals in a row. A very well organized, very well managed conference. The presenters during this particular conference were given enough time to execute their ideas in a very meticulous way. Special mention again to Dr. Raman, Dr. Pandey for giving me this opportunity to be part of this academic feast for 2 years for now. And what to say again, wish to connect to you all in future as well. Thank you so much, Raman
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
ma'am.
And thank you to the organizers. Thank you.
Over to any more feedback, or should we move towards the end? Should we shift into valedictory, or somebody else wish to share his ideas? Welcome anybody from any participant, any corner of India.
Can we have feedback from some foreign participants, sir?
Yes, why not? And before that, we go to some foreign participants. I wish to read a message that we received, written message that we received from chief guest of the inaugural ceremony, Estherine Kire, when she was not able to, connect. It was, I think it is with Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey. Can you read it from your end? Pandey sir, we she was so humble and so great to send her message that while she was not able to connect, her desperateness to connect the audience was, you know quite commendable, and we were lucky to have a person of such a magnanimous soul with us for this event. And I couldn't collect that message. It is there in, maybe there in gallery. Uh, Somewhere it is. Okay, I'm not able to collect, but it was written apologetic language that she's not able to connect because of technical hitch. And I think I have never received a message of that magnitude and that magnanimous soul before any of the event. Well, we have organized multiple events, but the kind of language she used, it was altogether a written poetry. So over to um, any other participant who wish to share their idea, or we have Ruhina Prasad. Would you like to share something about your experiences? 2 days. One of the organizing, announcers from the day one. She is physically over here. I can see Sukhpreet Kaur, ma'am. Can you please unmute and speak? Miss Sukhpreet Kaur, ma'am. Susma Pandey ji, Sushil Jarial, Vijay Mangukia.
Yes. Hello. Namaste.
Namaste, sir.
Yeah. Uh, I would like to say only a few words because much has been shared by almost most of the participants. First of all, I would like to thank the entire team for organizing this beautiful, wonderful event and giving me a chance to present my research paper. I'm from Gujarat. I observed one thing that even it was the conference through online mode, but then even sufficient time was given to each of the presenters, and that happens rarely on online mode. Definitely, I would love to be a part of an upcoming event in future also in times to come. Thank you very much for giving me a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your word of kind appreciation. So, can we have any other speaker or any other feedback, any other suggestion, any ideas to improvise, uh, or should we come to the valedictory? I think it's time to. Susma Pandey is visible there. Her message is cropping up. Can you share your ideas by unmuting yourself?
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Susma
Yes,
Pandey.
sir. I want to say actually there was some problem in network problem. That's why I was unable to connect to you. Thank you, sir. Uh, I want to say thanks to the organizing committee and the whole team for organizing such a nice seminar conference. It was really very knowledgeable and it imparted knowledge to us. And just a minute, electricity problem also. Just a minute. Yeah. Uh, Thank you, sir. And that idea was very nice. Please organize. Hello.
Yes, yes, you are
Hello.
audible. Quite audible, quite audible.
Uh,
You are
Hello.
audible. You are audible very much. Okay. Dr.
Oh,
Susma
okay.
Pandey ji, you are audible.
Just a minute, sir. I don't know what has happened. Okay. Hello.
Hello, you are
Yes.
audible.
Yeah.
You are
Yes,
connected
yes.
and
Yes,
audible.
sir. Yes. Congratulations to the organizing committee and all the team. And it was really very useful for us. So I hope in future you will continue to organize such wonderful
आपका लिंक 6 बजे तक
conferences.
है, बंद तो नहीं हो जाएगा 6 बजे?
Hello.
Hello, yes, yes, well received.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Well
Thank
received.
you. Please do organize that session for poetry reading also. I'll wait for that. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
definitely.
Thank you.
Next seminar will be having it. Okay.
Thank you.
So now it's over to Raman Jaswalji. We have received feedback from all the participants, almost whosoever wanted to share. I think we have an idea. And what is the outcome of this session? I would like to conclude in three points that workshops may be included. We can go more blended. We can go host a poetry reading session by the participant for the participants, and that way we can add a literary corner to our conference, and that will be a kind of creating universal value. Most of our participants will be able to showcase their
What is
creative
this?
sides, and that will be you can say the most precious thing for us to cherish for longer duration beyond the critical purview. Let us echo our scintillating soul's voice. So over to Ramanji.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for organizing this feedback panel discussion session, this session so meticulously. It is always a pleasure listening to Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh. Uh, and thank you, sir, for this wonderful association for for the last 17 years, which we have with you. Uh, One sentence which comes into my mind is adversities offer opportunities. So, when the world was, fighting with this epidemic of COVID-19, it offered us new opportunities also. And one of the opportunities which we have availed is this online mode of organizing conferences, seminars, and which we have been organizing for the last 2 years. So it was really a wonderful experience for us to organize this second international conference on the forum of the Achievers Foundation for Cultural Studies in collaboration with Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, for the second time, and for the first time with my home college, that is Lala Jagat Narayan Himatkar Government Girls Degree College, Kodla Khurd in Himachal Pradesh. So when I propose vote of thanks, I deem it an honor and proud privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of this 2 days international conference on postmodernism. This is for the second time that the Achievers Foundation for English Studies has collaborated with Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, as I said earlier. Uh, to organize an event of this scale, naturally, it does not take uh, efforts of 1 or 2 days. Certainly, the event of this scale requires lot of hard work which are to be put in, and the wheels of this hard work start rolling months before. The seed of the second international conference was sown as soon as the first international conference concluded successfully last year. The topic of the first conference was exploring digital humanities, challenges and opportunities, which was very well received and was appreciated by the people from academia all around. The thumping success of the first international conference motivated us to go for the second international conference. And the topic of the present conference, recent trends in postmodernism, reappraising, literary and cultural episteme, was finalized after much brainstorming and series of deliberations. The response for the second conference, to our great delight, was as enthralling as it was for the first conference. We received more than 100 abstracts of participants from various states of India and from abroad also, including Morocco, Burundi, Nigeria, England. Going well with the expectations of the participants, we felt honored to welcome some of the eminent keynote speakers, including the chief guest of the inaugural session, Dr. Episteme Kere, the award-winning Indian origin author and poet who presently resides in Norway. She joined us all the way from Norway and blessed us with her illuminated words. The keynote addresses of certain scholarly resource persons like Professor K.M. Pandey, Banaras Hindu University, and Professor Ninu Kumar, Delhi University on the first day, and Professor Prakash Joshi, an eminent professor from Allahabad University. They all took us on a beautiful journey through the mesmerizing landscapes of postmodernism thought and unraveled the intricacies of postmodernism. The illuminating keynote addresses by the eminent keynote speakers from abroad, including Dr. Leon Bashir from Burundi and Dr. El Habib Hadari from Morocco, helped us delve deeper into the ocean of postmodernism and its discourse. While all these captivating lectures expanded the horizon of knowledge and literary pursuits, on the one hand, the papers presented by various academicians, faculty members, research scholars helped us scale the unscaled and fathom the unfathomed aspects of the postmodern studies. The topics of papers presented by various participants covered wide areas ranging from postmodern literature to postmodern movies and from postmodern teaching to forensic linguistics. It was indeed a captivating experience to listen to the talk of some eminent keynote speakers as well as to attend to the deliberations of of the young researchers. Overall, it was a thought provoking experience to move ahead on this 2 days academic journey. On the successful completion of this 2 days literary festival, I feel deeply humbled and utterly privileged to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor J.P. Saini, Honorable Vice Chancellor Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, for according his approval for this conference. Without his kind consent, the present conference could have never taken place. I also express my heartfelt thanks to the to the patron of this international conference, that is Professor Aruna Bhardwaj ma'am, who is principal of Government Girls Degree College Kotla Kot, that is my own college, who readily agreed to our proposal and provided necessary approval. I express my deep sense of gratitude to Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey, chairman of this conference, and chairman of this conference, and the president of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies, who considered us worthy enough to collaborate with the Achievers Foundation for English Studies in organizing this conference of such magnitude. I also convey my heartfelt gratefulness to Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, Head Humanities and Social Science Department, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, who worked day and night to make this happen in the way it has actually happened. Professor Sudhir Narayan Singh, along with his entire team of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, deserve huge round of applause. It was only by dint of their efforts that the inaugural session of the conference could be organized in such a wonderful manner. I convey my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Jaiveer Singh, Dean PIPM College of Management, Gorakhpur, who is in partnership with Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. I also extend my thanks to Professor S.C. Jaiswal, Head MOU Partner MMMUT. Along with that, I also express my thankfulness to the NDLI Club, that is National Digital Library Club of India, because they created an event of this international conference on their forum, and its convener, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, and the executive members. I also extend my warm regards and thankfulness to Professor Sanjay Mishra, Dean, Postgraduate Department of Research and Development, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, the Registrar of the University, Professor Jayaprakash, Professor D.S. Singh, Chairman of the IT Resource Center of this technical university, because they provided necessary technical assistance for this conference. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Professor Arjun Dubey, who is Professor Emeritus and founder head of the Humanities and Management Science Department, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. He was always there with us during the first and the second conference. I feel quite humbled as I express my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Eastrin Kere, who blessed us with her visionary words as the chief guest of the inaugural session yesterday. I convey my heartfelt thankfulness to Professor K. M. Pandey, professor from Banaras Hindu University, who joined us on the first day, and Professor Prakash Joshi, Allahabad University, who joined us today only, and Professor Neenu Kumar from Delhi University for sparing their precious time to deliver their talk on postmodern studies. I feel honored while I express my deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Leon Bashir from Burundi, and he is there in the Department of Higher Education in Burundi, and Dr. Al Habib Hadari, who is assistant professor in Sultan Mole, Slimane University, Morocco. They reflected upon the various nuances of the postmodern thought. I express my gratitude to all the chair and co-chairs of this 2 days conference, because they ensured that the technical sessions take place quite meticulously and smoothly. My special thanks to the whole team of Lala Jagatnaran Himatkash Government Girls College Kotla Kot. Uh, the team worked shoulder to shoulder with other institutions and members of organizing committee to make this actually happen. I convey my deep sense of gratitude to all the participants ranging from Jammu and Kashmir to Tamil Nadu and Assam, and from Nigeria to United Kingdom for reposing their faith in the organizers once again. I express my Hope we receive similar participation and cooperation in the future conferences also. Please pardon if I have missed out somebody's name. Though we tried we made every effort on our part to conduct this conference smoothly and meticulously. But if some laxities or some technicalities have been, come across, we seek pardon. So, from the core of my heart, I thank one and all who were present during these 2 days of the international conference. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Raman. And at the same time, I would like to say that you have been the core, pivot around which we are able to, do and execute everything. Dr. Sanjay Pandey ji, and I would like to thanks all the presenters, those who share their ideas, because without them there is nothing. It is their idea that is echoing throughout the virtual space of these 2 days long, seminar and international conference. And I hope that the kind of faith and trust they have shown in me, or in you, or in Dr. Pandey, or in this virtual forum, it is because of their trust we are going to, feel motivated and inspired for our third version of the conference in blended mode, and making it possible for 3 days long, embedded with some workshop sessions. It is only because of their dint of labor, and they have burned their midnight oil. So huge round of clapping and applause for all the presenter and participants, and those who, contributed from any corner of the country and abroad, India and abroad. We are thankful again, and we are grateful to all of them. And see, I would like to share my special thanks to Professor Prakash Joshi sir, who has been connected throughout, yesterday also, today also, and deliberated in such an in-depth knowledgeable session that we have no words, we are falling short of words to salute him. Only we can express our deep sense of gratitude, sometime I feel very proud that we are having in and around our vicinity professors like Professor Prakash Joshi sir, to patronize us, to shelter us, to motivate us, to guide us, and not only guide us, to drive us towards the destined goal, like Prakash Joshi sir and Professor K.M. Pandey from Banaras Hindu University. We have the sir, you have been driving force for all of us, and humble pranam from all three of us, that you are. I have seen that you are connected even now. So this is your support and love that is being showered on us, and we are really indebted to you. We don't have words to say thanks even. Thank you will be the very small term for you, sir. The kind of support and the kind of favor. Delivering lecture is one thing, but the motivating, us throughout is the biggest thing that we will be cherishing in our heart throughout our life, not only in this conference, not only for this forum, but for our lives. You will be in our heart. And really, we salute you. We are grateful to you. We are humbled, sir. And we are thankful to you too.
Professor Singh, can you give me just half a minute or
Sure,
1 minute,
sure, sir,
please?
sure.
Right, right. First and foremost, you made me very emotional by your words of gratitude. I don't know whether I deserve those words or that much of gratitude or not. I'll do two things. First, you were searching for a message from Eastudin. I have known Eastudin for many years, and her apology she sent to me also. There must have been some other words. So, what actually, and she sounds very apologetic in her message. She texted me, and she says that her system failed, and then she had to connect, buy a phone with a phone, and then actually she lost the points she had prepared. Very carefully, she had prepared some points to speak on and about, but she lost them, she misplaced them, and she is full of regret about that. That is one thing. Second, now coming to the other thing, I've been a teacher for around 34 years now, more than 34 years at least. An old horse, and we have seen all kinds of conferences and seminars. And of course, as a teacher, I would like to listen to speakers like Professor Pandey and Professor Neelu. I Professor Pandey. I mentioned him this morning also. He has been your teacher, a down to earth man, a simple man, and in a way exhorting, asking to look beyond Europe and Eurocentric vision also, go beyond that kind of centrism. But I was, yeah, and then I joined this session, and in fact I thought it would be the valedictory. But then when I heard the people, the presenters are speaking, that I must listen to them. So this is a very young organization you have, born just last year, as I have gathered from whatever you people have to present, to give to these young scholars the kind of platform that they deserve. We are old people. We have seen all of this. These are young, enthusiastic research scholars and young faculty members, and they need this kind of forum. And how very cordial and how very encouraging your is. I can see Ramanji, and I've heard you since yesterday, Professor Singh and Professor Pandey, all of you, encouragement for these young people. And there are forums and organizations, big elitist organizations, but here is an organization, this kind of organization, this kind of foundation, this kind of forum that caters to the needs of young people and young researchers. Nothing elitist about this. Nothing sort of driving people away. Rather, on the contrary, the way you do things, it invites scholars, young scholars, and speakers. So that's a wonderful achievement. And in the morning also, I said this, and I'm repeating that. I pray that your foundation achieves great and great and great heights. That is all I have to say. Thank you. Yes, Singh sir.
Thank you, sir. Tough to speak. So, Raman, kindly take it.
Singh sir is falling short of words because Honorable Professor Prakash Joshi has made us all feel emotional, because such words of applause, that too from such a great personality, indeed it's a great, great motivation for all of us, and will try to come up to the expectations of you, sir. Thanks for the kind words.
Thank you.
And thank you, sir. You had been here with us for the last 2 days, right from the very beginning till the end.
We need such backing. Actually, we require such guardian angels. And
I
journey,
promise I'm always there. Just a phone call away, just a message away, just a text away.
Thank you so much.
Whatever.
thank you so much. Should we go for the concluding this conference and calling it? We are anchored on the safely on the shore, and I hope that will meet again in the world of virtual reality and even in the hyper reality or reality. Once we will meet, we will acknowledge and we will replan, execute certain other things. We are blessed with a guardian. The biggest achievement of this conference is that we are connected now with Professor Prakash Joshi. Thank you. So over
Over to
to
Dr. Sanjay.
Sanjay Pandey. Sir, we will be visiting Allahabad University to meet you only.
Oh, my pleasure. I'll welcome you. I'll welcome you with open heart and open arms.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sanjay, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
National anthem, sir. We
Sir.
भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Let us
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
call it a new beginning. We'll meet again with. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye bye. Take care, please.
Thank you, sir. Bye bye.